Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
All right, good morning, jurors. I hope you all had a good evening. So, we're back on the record. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And I think we're ready for the state to call another witness. So, I'm not sure. Mr. Kodiaga?
The state calls Andrew Gladfelter.
All right. Good morning, sir. You want to just go over to the far left, if you would, and go ahead and have a seat. And first, I'm going to ask you to turn on your microphone. There's a little button at the bottom of it. Yep, little red lights on it. You can adjust that however you'd like. Yep. Test. Yep, it's working. So, sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right. And for the record, can you please provide me with your first and last name and spell them both?
My name is Andrew Gladfelter. My first name is spelled Andrew. Last name is spelled Gladfelter.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you've introduced yourself. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am employed as a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
And can you unpack that? Just explain what a criminalist is and what your employment and experience to be in this position.
As a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab, you analyze evidence brought to you by law enforcement, and you will perform your analysis and generate reports on your findings of those analyses. As part of being a criminalist at the laboratory, you would usually have a 4-year degree in a specific scientific field like chemistry, physics, and or biology. With that in mind, you have that 4-year degree and other training that might be acceptable for different positions within that laboratory. I'm currently employed within the firearm and tool mark examination section. And with that, I have a 4-year degree in chemistry chemistry and forensic science from Simpson College of Indianola, Iowa.
How long have you been employed by the DCI Crime Lab?
Just a little bit under 15 years. It'll be 15 years in September.
Okay. And so during the course, you said you now work in the firearms department. Have you worked in different departments within the crime lab?
Yes, I have. I first started out in the laboratory as an evidence technician. Prior to that, I was an intern in toxicology, but that wasn't a paid position. But I was in the evidence room as an evidence technician. From there, I became a criminalist in the drug section. And then after that, I was now in firearms and tool marks since October of 2022.
As part of your job before, you talked about evidence technician. Does that involve also crime scene investigation?
Yes, as part of being a criminalist at the laboratory, you can volunteer to be part of the crime scene response teams there.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
As part of being in the crime scene response team, you're allotted certain weeks in the year where you're on call 24 hours a day to respond to any investigations that are required with your expertise in crime scene investigation. The part of being in the crime scene teams is that you'll receive training on the documentation and preservation of evidence at scenes. And from there, as part of your normal duties, you'll have your expertise in the laboratory, but then you'll also be part of the crime scene team on a rotation.
Does that involve forensic evidence collection?
Yes, it does.
And part of that involves chain of custody, collecting the evidence, taking it back to the lab.
Correct.
Were you involved sometimes in June 18th of 2021 in the case that brings us to this court today?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of your involvement?
It was requested by the SAC at the time to respond to a death investigation there and to provide crime scene investigation.
So basically what you've talked about was your involvement then documenting, collecting, and preserving the evidence for further testing and for further testimony as you are in court here today.
Yes.
So you've described how you became involved. Did you have a brief briefing of what you will be doing as you go there and what the nature of the case looked like?
Yes, so on an initial call out from the SAC, we were asked to head to the Tama County Sheriff's Department for initial briefing on the details of the case.
Did you then proceed to the property in question where you're going to do your investigations at?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the address that you went to?
The address we were told was 1846 or 1846 K Avenue, Traer, Iowa.
Can you describe the property and your initial observations as you got to the property?
The property itself consisted of a main residence with an attached garage as well as various outbuildings there too. A garden shed near a garden. There was a play area for children. There was also a shed that contained a lot of recreational items as well as two other garages, a gray garage and a red garage that contained vehicles or recreational vehicles.
When you go to a property to do an examination, are there certain standards or procedures that you use or that you apply in working a crime scene?
Yes, as part of my training, there is a very specific process that there is a process in which we will follow to document and then to preserve that evidence and collect that evidence, preserve that evidence, then follow the chain of custodies with those. Those are part of our training as well as listed within our SOPs within the laboratory.
What are some of the methods or training that you use?
Say that again, please.
What are some of the methods or training process that you use?
Some of the methods that we use, are you asking in documenting? Or?
Yes.
Okay. With crime scene documentation, we're going to be using photography. We'll even take video. We will also then even make sketches of those scenes as well. We also use a 3D measuring device called a Pharaoh scanner, which will do a 3D virtual scan of that scene and also collect measurements of that scene that we can use later on.
Did you employ some of those methods in this particular case?
Yes, those methods that I mentioned were used in this case.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury more briefly what a Pharaoh is?
Pharaoh is just a metrology device or a measuring device that will bounce lasers around a room and measure the distances that those lasers have reflected off of surfaces. And with the technology and the software they have, they're able to calculate those distances, and then it provides a 3D virtual representation of that scene.
You talked about taking pictures to document the scene. Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes.
And have you been able to review those pictures that you took before your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, with the stipulation of the parties, the state will admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 118 to 155, then 156A, 157, 158A, 159 through 167, 168A, 169 through 193, and 302.
Just make sure I got those numbers correct. 118 through 155, 156A, 157, 158A, 159 through 167, 168A, 169 through 193, and 302.
That is correct.
And is there any objection by the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm not going to repeat them all again, but all the exhibits that I just mentioned are now admitted. And are you looking to publish these?
That is correct. And may I approach to...
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
It might help you to use those, that's fine, but copy on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, and you can tilt that screen. That helps. You should be able to tilt that screen. So, there you go.
Beginning with 118, can you tell us what we see on that exhibit?
Yes, this is a photograph of the east side of the main residence at 1846 K Avenue.
So what you documented, what time did you arrive at this residence?
At the residence, a little past noon. I can't remember the exact time right off the top of my head.
Fair enough to say that at that point, your department had been called in, and so the scene had been secured for you, your department to come and do the investigation?
Yes.
So there was no one at the residence?
There was law enforcement personnel on the property, but not inside of the residence.
Were there any children or any other person who was living at that residence?
At that time, there was only law enforcement personnel on scene.
Okay. You talked about being kind of given information or told a little bit of what to expect when you get to the residence. Is that what happens as standard practice?
Yes, those were in the initial details at the briefing at Tama County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Do you rely on what you're given 100%?
No, not as a scientist, and when I'm given those details, I'm naturally want to be skeptical of them. I'm going to be walking into scene as if none of those details really matter, but it does give us an idea of what could be seen as evidence at that scene. Otherwise, I'm looking to see what's consistent with details, what's inconsistent with details, and just looking to find any evidence that would help answer questions arising in this matter.
Okay. Go to state 119. What do we see on 119?
This is a door that is the entrance to the attached garage on the main residence. This is besides the garage door itself, this is the other way to access that garage.
What of significance did you notice about this door?
At the time it was shut, and also that it has a key lock as well as a keypad lock for a code too.
And will you describe that as an electronic keypad?
Yes.
What do we see on state 120?
Again, this is another view of the east side of the residence, showing the entrance into the kitchen, or the what I termed the mudroom area, the initial entryway, as well as another exterior door to the south living room and the dining area or porch area on the east side of that residence.
If you can you describe to the jury, we see at least outlines of 3 doors. Can you tell the jury what those 3 doors you determine them to be?
Yes. Is it all right if I use a laser pointer? I have one on me to be able to point up there. Is that okay?
That's fine if it works.
So the question was about the entrances into that residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what was previously seen over here was the garage door entrance here. This is the only way to get into the garage other than that garage door being open. This right here is one of the other entryways into the residence itself. This would give access to the residence through the southern living room area, and this would give access to the mudroom, which is right next to that kitchen, and the basement access as well. And these are the two that work into the residence there, and this door would be the one that only goes into that attached garage.
Okay, and so from your testimony, to get into the house, into this residence, you have to use one of those two doors, not the garage door, correct?
Correct. The attached garage does not have access into the main residence.
What do we see on 121? Is that just more isolating the front living room door?
Yes, it's just a closer view of the living room door, as well as the porch that is there, the landing, and the steps there to that dining area.
When you came, was that landing, was that door, that landing gate open?
Yes, when we were there on scene, that gate was open.
What do we see on 122?
Another view of that door on the south living room door, just from the east side of the residence there.
Now, can you describe for the jury 121 and 122? Are those steps fairly short steps, like pretty small and confined area?
I would say for somebody like my size, and like if I have size 10 and a half, 11 feet, that yes, they're smaller steps than I would usually step on, but I can't give you an exact representation of that. Other than that, yes, it is a smaller area that has been fenced in with those gates there.
What do we see on this exhibit?
This would be the entrance to the mudroom, which then gives access to the kitchen on the east side of the residence.
What do we see on State Exhibit 124?
That is the same entry with the door open that I just previously mentioned.
Okay. So that's now with the door open.
That is with the door open now.
And when you came, was this door open or closed?
When I was there processing the scene with my partner, that door was closed.
What do you see in 125?
That would be the latches on the door frame to that same previously mentioned door, the door that gives access to the mudroom and kitchen area.
Why did you take this picture?
At the time, when I'm processing a scene, I'm keeping in mind the details of the case, but I'm also being skeptical of those very details. I'm looking to see if this was a completely unknown subject that came to the residence, what would be the reasons why? And if they had to get access to this place, there would be possibly signs of forced entry, is one of my thought processes when looking at this scene. This is just a photograph of the latches that I had observed, and there appeared to be no signs of forced entry or tool marks on them that would suggest somebody's trying to break into those door.
Just a close-up of that?
Yes, just a close-up of the same latches.
That's 126?
Let me double check here. Yes, that'd be State's Exhibit 126.
What does the jury see in Exhibit 127?
That is a view of the kitchen from the southeast corner, just inside of that door that we have just previously looked at.
Anything moved in the kitchen that was alarming or interesting to you, or it seemed just a normal kitchen at a farmhouse?
Yes, it appears to be just a normal kitchen with items from the family, food items, dishes, cookware, whatever is in a normal kitchen. There's some cash that I noticed that was left on the countertop here as well, and also a tablet on the kitchen table there that was left there. Those things have appeared to have just been there when I was at the scene, and nothing has. It's just a photograph of where they are as it is at this point.
What do we see on 128?
This would be a view from the, pardon me while I get my directions straight and just think through here. But the northwest corner of the kitchen, looking towards the south to the entrance to the central foyer or sewing room area, as we called it. And by we, I mean my partner and I, as we defined it at the time.
So when you did this, you were with someone else?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
It is evidence technician Melissa Osmek.
What do we see on State Exhibit 129?
So that is a view of the central hall or the sewing room area that has access to the upstairs as well as to the bathroom and some other bedrooms. This is looking towards the south wall of that area.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted already as 313, State Exhibit 313, which will be the floor plan of this building. With that, if you can also help that, if that can help with your testimony to explain.
Okay.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
So when you're talking about 129, if you look at the floor plan, can you just use your pointer to show the jury what you're talking about, or where that picture we're seeing?
Yes, so if this is the hallway or the central area, I am taking the picture from here facing this direction.
Okay. And so there's a bedroom that you will have to pass to get to where you're taking that picture, correct?
The bathroom is actually, if I go to the photo, it would be up here. That's the access to the bathroom, which would be there on the diagram.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 130?
So this is another view of that hallway area as defined on that diagram. It's looking at the bathroom access. So if I'm pointing here, I would be photographing from this corner facing generally this direction, showing the bathroom entrance as well as the previous entrance that I took the photo at.
Do we see some staircase going up?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough to say the staircase leads to at least a bedroom upstairs.
Yes, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs.
What do we have on State Exhibit 131?
Again, this is another view of that central hallway area, and it would be from approximately this area facing towards the access to these 2 bedrooms here.
Skip to 132. Is that just a picture of the stairway going up?
Yes, that's just a picture looking up the stairway from that hallway area.
What about 133?
This is a photograph from just outside the entrance to the master bedroom, which would be bedroom 1 here.
Uh, 134?
134 is just inside of that master bedroom, just inside the door, facing towards the west end of that, and looking at the contents of that bed.
What about State Exhibit 135?
So that's another photograph inside of the master bedroom, and that is taken from the southeast corner of that bedroom, looking towards this area over here.
Do you know what is on the bed?
Yes, so there's a safe, an open safe on the bed, as well as some other electronic items.
And when you talk of electronic items, you're talking about iPads or Kindles?
Yes, soft tablets of some sort.
Fair to say 136 is just another view from the bedroom with what you've testified to?
Yes, and this has got another view of that safe in the corner, in the bottom right corner of that photo, as well as it's facing towards the south end of that master bedroom.
What do we see on States 137?
This is a photograph of the living room access to the south living room from essentially the master bedroom entrance right here.
So to access this living room, you'll have to pass directly in front of the master bedroom.
If you're coming from the kitchen and hallway area,
Yes.
yes, you would have to get access to the living room. You would pass the bedrooms and the bathrooms and the hallway area.
What do we see on 138?
This is just another view of the access to the living room, just facing towards the south, showing some of the furniture items at the west end of that living room.
What about 139?
This is a photograph from approximately the southwest corner of the living room, facing towards this area here on the living room, which would be the northeastern direction of the living room.
You talked about a Pharaoh that you used. When you use that Pharaoh, are you you're able to take pictures and make a diagram out of it?
Of the data from the Pharaoh?
Yes.
Yes, there's different software that is able to produce different representations of that scene using that equipment.
Were you able to do that in this particular case?
Yes, a coworker of mine was able to generate an aerial view of this crime scene.
Okay. And did you, was that one produced to help your testimony in this particular case?
I'm sorry, say that first part again?
Do we have one that you got to help with your testimony in this particular case?
Yes.
By agreement of the parties, the state will move to admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 305 is admitted.
I will ask for copies.
You may.
Mr. Gladfelter, I know it's a little dark in this courtroom. Are you able to see the Pharaoh from where you are?
Yes, I can.
Is that more of a higher view of, can you describe what we are saying in the Pharaoh?
Yes, what you're seeing is what we call more of an orthogonal view, which is like perpendicular to the aerial view of that crime scene. This has been generated by one of my coworkers to be able to view everything kind of in relation as it was at that scene.
Now, when you got there, you find Brian Cooper on the floor.
Yes, as seen on that diagram and as well as the photographs, that's the way he was found. The way that we had viewed him at the time that we were there.
Was there a briefing that you understood that he had been moved to the floor?
Yes, that was a detail that was mentioned to us, was that he had been moved from the recliner that is in the living room area.
So by the time you arrive at around 12 o'clock or later in the day, he's still in the house but just been moved from the recliner. You had an understanding that he was found initially on the recliner, correct?
Yes, that was what was told to me at the initial briefing on the details of the case, is that he was found in the recliner and that they had since moved him off the recliner. And when I arrived on scene, that's exactly as they had mentioned.
With the Pharaoh, can you just explain to the jury and just briefly walk us through what they will be able to see with it as they look at it?
As who looked?
As the jury looks at the Pharaoh,
Okay.
like in terms of the rooms or what it tells us, what you're seeing from that exhibit.
Yes, what you're seeing is this would be the living room area. That would be same as over here. And then also the front porch / dining area, which would be correlate to this area here. And then This area would be that central hallway which has access to that living room area. And on this will also have the placards and some of the scales that were used in the scene to produce the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh images, to be specific.
And Judge, if I may have the light a little bit on for...
Karen, turn up the light just a little bit, please.
Now, there seems to be some, what I can describe as artifacts on that Pharaoh. Can you just explain to the jury what they are so that they can have an understanding of what they are seeing?
Sure. So it looks like when you view this aerial view of the scene, there seems to be just like missing pieces and or fragments of different images. When you're using this 3D scanning software, you have a laser that's bouncing off of various surfaces that were within its view. From there, what can happen is there can be interference of that laser. So it's creating almost like a shadow effect where if you shine a flashlight on somebody, you can see their shadow behind them. Those fragments and those missing pieces are usually where the laser hasn't been able to reach. With that in mind, so a good example would be this area here. There's actually a roof over the top of this, but that has been since removed to be able to see down to the porch area. But then there's other landscaping here that might have not been hit by that laser, so it doesn't appear there. That's just an example of kind of what you are seeing here on this aerial view.
When you start your scene examination, did you have a specific place where you started, or did you move from outside to inside? Can you explain that to the jury?
Specifically with this scene, I worked with the outbuildings first and then worked inwards to the main residence.
Okay. And why was that?
I was operating under the basis of knowing the details of the case as well as looking to see what could be inconsistent or consistent with the details that were given to us. So if there has been some unknown person upon the property, my thought process is, well, why else would they be on the property? There's a possibility that they may be looking for something to steal, to go through the property itself. So there's a possibility that maybe they've looked at the outbuildings of some sort and looked at the items that are there. If there was something like that, I would expect to see certain signs supporting that type of evidence. But from there, I worked outwards at those outbuildings and then towards the main residence itself.
Okay. Now we'll get back to the outside, but let's start from the inside.
Okay.
On the inside, when you're looking at what gave you a state exhibit 139, and you find Ryan Cooper, do you start an examination of that room to see what's in that room and what the evidence in that room tells you?
What I am doing is that I'm going to be documenting first, foremost, getting my overall photographs of it, as well as getting an idea of what possible items of evidence could be there too. So I'm doing that kind of in tangent with documenting that scene as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the living room examination. What did you do and what did you observe?
First off, I took overall photographs of that area without any type of markers or placards in that scene. Just took photographs of the living room as it is. From there, I will be able to mark what I believe were possible items of evidence using the placards or sticky scales that we have that have little scales on them to designate areas of importance that I believe were important to the details or the investigation of this scene.
Okay. Judge, may we have the TV back?
You may. Are we done with this one then too? For right now?
No, I think we can just have it up. I think we'll have it up.
Okay.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 140. Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Say that last part again.
Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Yes, so this is a photograph from the living room from the south side or the southeast corner of the living room, approximately in this area here. From there, it's just a photograph showing the end table as well as the recliner that is there. There's also a wallet and also a tablet that is on this end table here, as well as some medical equipment and tags used for the transport of the decedent here.
So the medical equipment would have come after he was found in that position, correct?
In the recliner position or the
Yes,
on the ground?
in the recliner.
Yes, so this was, for what we were told in the details, is that he had been moved from the recliner, that there had been services there to start dealing with the transport of his body. And so there are some items that they were going to use for that purpose.
What do we see on 141?
It is a photograph of the western side of that south living room from approximately that same position from the previous photo here, just looking at the TV as well as the furniture, and it has a little bit of the access into that main hallway there up on the right side of that photograph.
Again, as you look at that, are you making observations of signs of struggle, of signs of a break-in, or anything to that extent?
Yes, I'm overall taking photographs of that stuff, or of those items that you have listed, but I'm looking to also see, is the furniture in place? Has there been anything like that, like counsel has mentioned, where there could be signs of a struggle or anything where somebody's breaking in? Windows, are they locked or closed? I'm making all those observations in the process of investigating that scene.
Do you see any of that?
Not in this living room.
State Exhibit 142?
Just another photograph from the same position, looking more towards the northwest corner of that living room, as well as the couch, the end table, and the hallway access.
So there was a couch next to a recliner.
Say the couch again?
The couch was next to a recliner.
Yes, the couch was near to the recliner. Yes.
On Exhibit 143, we start seeing what you call placards.
These are placards marking the red stain at placard 2 there, as well as placard 3 marking some footprints in blood.
But there's observations that you are able to make.
Yes, I observed those on the initial photography of this area. These were placed after I had taken my overall photographs.
Okay. And you determined those were of interest to you because they documented either what you will refer to as a footwear impression or bloodstains.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You determined that they were of interest to you. Why?
It just showed that there had been somebody in the living room that had access to the decedent and the apparent blood that was found in that area, and had walked what appears to be towards that hallway access.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 144?
This is just another photograph of the south living room from the southeast corner, looking at the recliner, the end table, as well as the decedent and some of the blood that was found near the recliner.
What is of interest to you when you looked at that?
Some of the things that I've mentioned previously is that the end table and the recliner is showing the position of the recliner right now, as well as where the blood stain is in relation to that recliner, and also just documenting the overall scene itself.
Were you able to document or observe any injuries on Ryan Cooper?
Yes, there was 2 that I noted on the left side of his face.
What do we see on 145?
That's just a view of the same recliner that was seen in the previous photograph, just looking straight on towards the backrest with the blood stain that is on the backrest there.
Okay. And can you describe what you see, the blood stain, the nature of the blood stain on the backrest?
It appears to be mostly dry, still some sort of moisture to that blood.
And kind of pooled in one two areas?
Yes, so in the two main areas that I'm thinking of are here as well as down here on the backrest.
Was there blood on the left side of the recliner that seemed to have flowed and dried?
Yes, I don't think this photograph actually shows that on there. But
What is the item on the recliner?
I'm not totally sure as to what that item was. It appeared to be something that looks like an old style candle snuff.
What do we see on State Exhibit 146?
This is a photograph of the wallet that was on the end table next to the recliner.
Did you determine whose wallet this was?
Yes,
Whose was it?
and it was the decedent, Ryan Cooper's wallet.
Did it seem to have been moved or touched, or it seemed to be where it was?
It did not seem to have been moved at all from that position.
Was that an interesting observation that you made in light of a non-intruder case?
Yes, if there was something, if this were to be an attempted robbery or theft of items from this property or burglary, I would think that maybe that there would be some sign showing that something has been moved or taken from that wallet itself. It appears nothing has been moved, or that wallet has not been moved from this photograph.
What do we see on State Exhibit 147?
On this photograph, we're looking at what would be the left side of that recliner, as well as looking towards the little closet area that's in the northeast corner of that living room. And it's also showing the exterior access door to the living room, as well as to that porch landing there. There's also a little bit of a storm door too. You can see that in the photograph as well. And that should be those, as well as the showing the doorknobs and anything else in that area.
So let's talk a bit about that. That's the front living room door that we've talked about, correct?
Correct. That is the living room access door to that porch landing.
Okay. And the recliner, in proximity, how close are they to each other?
I don't know an exact number to give to you, but they would be close to each other upon opening, but they would not contact.
Okay. But fair enough to say, especially when the recliner is in a reclined position, it's very, very close to the door.
If that backrest was completely extended horizontally, it's possible that that door could have hit that recliner when opened.
Did you determine when you got there if the door was locked or not?
Yes, at the time of our examination, that door was indeed locked.
And when you say locked, it's just not closed and shut, but actually locked.
It's locked. We would have to unlock it to open it.
Okay, tell the jury more about State Exhibit 148.
This is just a more vertical view of that same area that was shown in the previous photograph, including the blood that's on the ground, as well as the left side of that recliner with some of the apparent blood stains on the backrest, as well as showing the closet area and also that door that has access to the porch landing area.
Did you make some observations on the pooled blood on the floor?
Yes. Here, there's also, it seems to have pooled in a specific area, but there's also areas that seem to have appeared as if somebody had slipped through it or moved through it at some point to create what you can see at the bottom of that photograph, which would be those voids showing a little bit of the floor there.
Can you just point that out with your pointer to the jury?
Yes. Give me a second here. The poster's just right in the way, but right to the right of my pointer there would be those areas.
149, fair to say that's a different view?
Yes, another view of the south living room area, but we're looking specifically at the southeast corner of the living room area, including some of the blood stain that was seen in the previous photograph. This would be a better view of what was previously mentioned that I observed was these voids in the blood stain here, as well as a photograph of a footprint that was seen here, suggesting that somebody has walked into this blood pool.
Uh, 150.
Just another close-up of the blood stain or blood pool at placard 4.
And at 150, from your angle, are you able to see the blood pooling also on the recliner and dried?
Yes, so that would be in this area right here. It's a little bit difficult because of that recliner being the dark color it is. It's a little harder to see, but there is some dripping of the apparent blood here.
You have some 2 placards, one marked 4 and one marked 5 on State Exhibit 151. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yes, this is just a view of that blood stain that we marked as placard 4, just a general way to designate that area. And then placard 5 is a cartridge casing that we found at the scene.
Can we talk more about that? Can you explain what you found again at placard 5?
Placard 5 was a fired, what appeared to be a .22 long rifle cartridge case.
And that was right by the door.
Correct. It would be right in that little L shape right there is where that cartridge case would be.
Was that something that part of your investigation was looking to see if you can find fired cartridge cases?
Yes, so initial briefing on the details suggested that it possibly had been killed with a firearm of some sort. So with that in mind, there's evidence that could be generated from the firing of a firearm, such as cartridge cases, bullets, and also a firearm itself. So we would necessarily be looking for something like that within the scene.
Now you testified that there were 2 bullet wounds on Mr. Cooper, and you've said you found 1 cartridge case. Did you find another cartridge case or just 1?
Just 1 right now.
Okay.
At the scene at that time, we just found 1.
Were you ever able to find at the scene another cartridge case?
No.
So from your investigation, you were able to not find the second cartridge case?
We were not able to find the second cartridge case.
Can you talk about State Exhibit 152?
Yes, State's Exhibit 152 is just a photograph of that living room door kind of facing towards the southeast, looking at the doorknob as well as the light switch right next to that door.
But there's something of interest that you observed on the light switch?
Yes, there was also some blood stains up by the light switch itself.
Is 153 just a close-up version of what you've just testified to?
Yes.
And going to, again, (154), 155.
That is just a 2 different views of the cartridge case that was at placard 5.
That's the one you've already testified to. That was a size, was a .22 caliber weapon?
It appeared to be a .22 long rifle cartridge case.
What do we see on State Exhibit 156A?
Yes, so with this photograph, this would actually be a close-up of bloodstains that are found on the door jamb side of that exterior living room door. So upon opening that, this would be the edge that would contain the doorknob as well as the lock too. This is down towards the floor, the base of that door itself. It was found on this area.
As a crime scene investigator, what does 156A inform you or tell you?
It suggests to me at one time that that door had to be open for blood to get to that area on the door.
So it was opened at one time. That is why there's blood on that part of the door.
Correct.
What do we see on 157?
157 is just looking at the exterior of that living room door, and what is marked as scale 10 or placard 10 or marker 10 is an area of bloodstaining seen on the exterior of that door itself.
Again, 158A, can you tell the jury about that?
Just another close-up view of that marker 10 with the blood staining on the exterior of that door.
And exterior, you mean the side facing outside the house?
Correct.
And what does that tell you when you look at 158A?
Looking at this photograph, it would suggest to me that that door was open far enough that there was blood transferred to that exterior surface of that door at some time. It would suggest that it had been open far enough.
Can you tell us what we're seeing on 159?
That is marked stains on the porch area as well as the steps down towards the dining area.
So when you talk about marked stains, are you saying there's a stain, you determine there was a stain on number 6 and number 7, as well as number 8?
Yes, so there would be a red stain near to those placards. The placards are just helping us to visualize where those stains are at. As far back as I am, I'm showing that where those stains are in relation to each other. But upon the placards themselves just give us perspective at where the approximate position at where they're at.
What do we see on State Exhibit 160?
This is a photograph of that living room access door from the outside, looking at the storm door itself and the piston that's at the base of it, as well as the bottom portion of the living room door.
So you'd have to open the living room door, then also open the storm door to get out of this residence through this door.
Yes, so if you had to exit from the living room, you would have to open that first door and then open that storm door as well.
What do we see on State Exhibit 161?
Just possible bloodstains found on the porch and landing area and the steps.
And that's the front door area that you're talking about.
Correct.
What do we see on State Exhibit 162?
This is a photograph just showing all the items of evidence in relation to each other that are marked at placards 9, 8, 7, and 6. So the bloodstains at placards 6, 7, and 8, as well as the footwear impression on the gate there, and also a Michael Kors clutch or wallet at where the placard 9 is positioned.
And let's talk about that. So looking at placard 9, and if you can point that out for the jury.
Yes, so placard 9 right here.
What do you discover or find there?
Just the contents of the wallet would be consistent with possibly the wife of the decedent, Karina Cooper.
Okay, so there was a Michael Kors wallet with, when you looked inside, you found items that will be consistent with the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, placard 9, as we see it, is that pretty much a close-up picture of what you've testified to?
Yes, that is a close-up of that clutch or wallet.
Did you find that to be strange where you found this placard, or this wallet?
It appeared to be at some point moved to the outside there. As a person who doesn't carry something like that, I would think that it would be on somebody's person, but it appears to be outside of the residence in a place that would be easily accessed by anybody.
What do we see on State Exhibit 164?
What you're seeing is a photograph of the red stains or the possible blood that was seen outside on the porch landing area, as well as the open gate and the rail that has the footwear impression and blood on it.
And I think we have a close-up of what you've talked as a footwear impression. Can you point that out to the jury on State Exhibit 165?
Yes. The approximate area of that footwear impression stretches from about here to here on the rail.
Are you the one who measured what that footwear impression in State Exhibit 166?
Yes, in State's Exhibit 166, it's not necessarily a measurement.
Okay.
As part of processing a crime scene, depending upon the situation, we might have footwear impressions that are not easily removed from a scene. And so it would require us to take one-to-one photography of those footwear impressions for later analysis. So this photograph, if I'm correct, it might be that one of those photographs that was used to hopefully provide to a footwear impression analyst at the laboratory later on.
So at your lab at DCI, you also have someone who does analysis of footwear impressions.
Correct.
And was this of significance to you as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, it shows that somebody had stepped on there with some sort of footwear that had possible blood from that area on the exterior outside of that residence.
So it seemed that someone had transferred the blood from inside the residence to outside here.
That's what it suggested to me at the time.
Now we are outside. You took a picture of State Exhibit 167.
Yes.
Can you tell us much about 167?
Yes. This is a photograph of a red Ford F-150 pickup truck that was in the driveway just east of the garage on the residence there.
168A is another view of that same picture you testified to.
Yes, just looking from the driver's side at the same pickup truck.
And I'll skip 169. What about 170?
This is a white Chevy Silverado pickup that was also on the property at the time of our scene processing.
So and this is what you're telling the jury, that you document everything you see at the scene, so sometimes it may have no much relevance to what you're talking about, correct?
Yes, we're documenting everything on the scene with our overall photographs before we start doing any sort of marking of evidence or anything of that nature.
And back to 169, again, that's the license plate to the red pickup truck that was on that property that you took, correct?
Yes, this is the license plate and the number for the red Ford F-150 pickup truck in the driveway.
I'll go past 171. Let's talk about 172.
Yes, this photograph is just an overall of the door to what we defined as the cream-colored shed.
And was it in this condition when you took this picture?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Was the door closed?
It was all closed.
There was a lock on the door?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was locked or just closed?
I don't remember exactly if it was locked or unlocked, but it was closed at the time.
174?
This would be a photograph of what appears to be a dog kennel on the back side of that cream color shed, which would be the western side of that shed.
So indicated to you that there was a dog in this property?
Yes, at some time they would suggest that they owned a dog to me.
What do we find on 175?
This is one of the outbuildings we defined as the red garage, which was on the which would be northeast of the main residence. This is just looking at the south side of that red garage, looking at the entrances into it.
So it's been admitted into evidence, State Exhibit 3, 310, 311, and 312. We're looking at 311 in the middle. Is that pretty much, based on your testimony, can you just point that out, the red shade that you're talking about?
Yes, so you're speaking specifically on this view?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the 1846 K Avenue trailer, the address here, and this would be the main residence here, and what was portrayed on the screen over here for you would be this building right here.
Did you determine on 176, is that another picture of that building?
Yes, this is another photograph just looking at the southwest corner of that red garage.
There was an entrance door to that building, correct?
Correct.
Was it closed when you got there?
Yes.
What do we see on 177?
This would be a view of the eastern south door on that red garage.
And when I zoom in on 177, are you able to see that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang
Would
on.
you say?
May I approach briefly?
Yeah, you may. All right, Mr. Kodiaga, you may pick up where you left off.
Zoomed in on 177, do you see again a door lock or an electronic keypad to lock the door?
Yes, I do.
Would you say that this family appeared to be a safety conscious family?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
What did you make with the observations of the key locks on the doors?
That anytime there was a door that had a keypad lock, it required a code or a key. I don't know exactly the full method of unlocking those, but is very clear that there was multiple means by which of securing the things that are inside those buildings.
You've investigated various crime scenes in your career. In rural Iowa trail, do you see a lot of that kind of electronic keypads on farmhouses and farm doors?
It's really on a case-by-case basis. I can't say that that's a general pattern that is observed within the demographics of most of Iowa, but I would generally believe that most Iowans would like to secure their outbuildings in some way, whether it be deadbolt locks or multiple locks. However, I've seen various means of doing that.
178, again, just another documentation of the electronic key lock on the door.
Yes, just another photograph of that same door that was shown in the previous photograph, just a little bit closer to that lock.
What do we see on 179, State Exhibit?
This is a photograph looking in through the open western south door of the red garage, looking into where there was a salon.
Okay. Were you able to go inside what you described as a salon?
Yes, we were able to go in and search.
Did you observe if anything had been disturbed inside this salon, anything had been taken, or did things seem to be intact?
It appeared that there hadn't been really anything that had occurred within the salon area that would suggest that something had happened there.
And when you looked at all these doors that you've testified to so far, did there appear to be an intruder or a non-intruder trying to break into any of these doors?
No, these doors that I looked at, there didn't appear to be any signs of forced entry or an attempt to break through those barriers.
Again, 181 will just be more pictures of inside the salon.
Yes, just another photograph of inside the salon looking towards the northeast corner where there's another access to another area for the salon.
And that will be consistent also with 182.
Yeah, this is just another view of that salon area, just looking at the south wall near that door.
Again, nothing appeared to have been disturbed or taken.
Nothing did appear to be disturbed or taken.
What do we see on State Exhibit 183?
This is a photograph from inside of the garage area from the north wall facing towards the south. What you can see up on screen is a Shields Outfitter gun safe, and then also the door to the bathroom within that red garage.
So there is a gun safe inside there.
Yeah, yes, there is a safe here. I would call it a gun safe. That's what it looks like to me, being a firearms person.
184, is that a just close-up of what you've testified to?
Yes.
And to get into this gun safe, you had to have some codes to access it, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to open the gun safe, and is that what we see in Exhibit 185?
Yes, the code was obtained and they were able to open that safe.
Were you able to find firearms in State Exhibit 185?
Yes.
So did that tell you that people who lived here probably used firearms or were exposed to firearms?
Yes.
What do we see on 186?
This is a photograph of what we defined as the gray garage, looking towards the northeast corner of that gray garage.
Were you able to find, back to the firearms that you obtained from this gun safe, were you able to determine what kind of firearms they were and document them?
There was a couple firearms, but the one that I'm specifically remembering right now is the Savage Arms Rascal that is chambered for 22 short, long, and long rifle. It was a bolt action rifle.
Okay. So there was a Savage 22 bolt action rifle inside this.
Yes, Savage Rascal or Savage Arms Rascal bolt action rifle.
Were there ammunitions also found around these firearms?
Yes.
You don't remember the other firearms that you found?
I can't off the top of my head remember exactly what other firearms were in that safe.
You talked about Exhibit 186. Let's talk about 187. What do we see?
187 is just another view of that gray garage, and it's looking at the southeast corner of that gray garage, showing the door that is the south door access into that garage. And there you can also see a little bit of the garage door itself on the right side of that photograph. There's also a window on just a further west of that south door.
Everything appeared closed or locked.
Yes.
What do you see on 188?
This is a photograph of that second room in the salon area in the red garage. This would be facing towards the west end of that room itself. So the initial entrance into the salon, the access that was shown in the previous photographs, this is the room that was adjacent to that.
What do we see on State Exhibit 189?
This is just a overall view of the interior of the gray garage and what was in there, including the recreational vehicles like the snowmobile and the Polaris side-by-side, as well as a Ford F-450 pickup truck.
Again, none of these, did any of these appear to have been touched or moved or someone trying to steal in them?
No, there did not appear to be anything to have moved them or disturbed this garage or the items therein.
Okay, same to 190 is pretty much what you've talked about.
Yes, it's just looking at the same pickup truck as well as the snow machines there, and it's just facing towards the west end of that garage.
Let's go back to 191. What do we see on 191?
This would be a photograph of the marked stain that was found on the steering wheel of the red F-150 pickup truck. This is marked as stain or marked as number 11. This was collected by the crime scene team.
When we say collected, was there a swab or a DNA swab done on this?
There was a swab taken of this stain here.
Okay. And so you go back, so you swab taken away to determine what exactly that stain would be, correct?
I would collect those, and then they would be taken back to the laboratory where there would be further analysis on them by those that have the expertise on these.
So this will be the red pickup that was on the driveway,
This, yes, from the red F-150 pickup truck.
the one that you took a picture of the plates.
Correct, with the license plate Farm IH.
And we are back to the residence. Can you tell us what we are seeing on 192?
Yes, this is just a photograph of the Michael Kors wallet or clutch, and also the wallet from the end table in the living room. This is actually inside of the kitchen on their dining room table where we have placed those to be photographed.
Okay, so you've moved them from where they were originally found, and now you've put them inside the kitchen to photograph them and to look into the contents inside them.
After I have taken overall photographs and have taken my Pharaoh scans of the scene, after that has all been done and documented as in the place that they were at, we are then able to move those and look at them. And that's what we did in this case. This would be after all that initial documentation of where those items would be in this scene.
Again, 193 just is a picture of Mr. Cooper, Rand Cooper, just showing that that billfold belongs to him.
Yes, that's just a photograph of his driver's license from that wallet.
There were cards in that wallet, there were credit cards and other documentation that appeared to be intact.
Yes, everything seemed to be intact with that wallet.
Again, what do we see on State Exhibit 302?
This is just a photograph of the same wallet that was found from the end table, as well as the wallet or clutch from Placard 9 that was found outside of the residence. And there on the table are the contents of the Michael Kors wallet on the table itself.
You may.
So you talked about the firearms you found and ammunition that you found. As part of your documentation and preparation for testimony, do you also write a report for the lab and for future uses, like for courtroom today?
Yes.
And will that report have a clear narrative of the type of firearms that you found and the ammunition that you found?
Yes, the items that we did collect from that scene.
If I was to give you a copy of your report to look at, would it refresh your memory so that it can help the jury understand your testimony on the firearms and the ammunition that you found?
Yes.
And while he's doing that, are we done with Exhibit 302 for right now? Are we done with the video exhibits at this point? Ladies and gentlemen, while they're talking for a minute, why don't we just, I've been sitting a long time. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Anybody out there, feel free to stretch for a minute. All right, everybody can have a seat. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So were you able to look at your report?
Yes.
Was it able to refresh your recollection on the nature of the other firearms and the ammunition that you found?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what those were?
Yes, it was a Savage Arms Rascal chambered for 22 short, long, or long rifle. It was a bolt action rifle. And there was also ammunition found within that gun safe that was an unopened box that did not appear to have any missing cartridges of Winchester Super X 22 long rifle.
Okay. So Winchester Super X size 22.
Yes, the brands would be Winchester Super X cartridges,
Yeah.
chambered for, or manufactured for 22 long rifle.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. I guess, is there some suggestion that the bullets that killed Ryan Cooper came from that gun safe?
At the time of the details of the case and seeing what I had observed at the scene, I would be looking for some sort of firearm. And based upon the Cartridge case, would suggest to me that it'd be something kind of like a 22 long rifle. So at this point in time, I directed my search to be looking for firearms specifically chambered for that type of cartridge, as well as based upon the size of the wounds that I had seen, and also a firearm that would be able to fire those types of cartridges.
Okay, so you're just looking for a gun that is consistent with that shell casing that you found?
Yes, on scene that would be consistent with having fired that type or that size cartridge.
Okay. The ammo that you found, though, that's consistent with that cartridge, that box was unopened?
Correct.
Within this house, we saw some pictures. Did it look like they had been doing some remodeling? Specifically, if you remember, there's a light switch, but there's no cover on the light switch.
I don't specifically remember that one off the top of my head, But yes, there seem to be different projects occurring within that house, yes.
I think even in the living room, there's no actual floor, right? It's just, looks like,
What's what would look like subflooring there?
we looked at State's Exhibit 143, which showed a footprint, a bloody footprint. Did you do anything to determine whose foot that was?
I did not.
Are you able to, in any way, with your experience, time when that footprint got there?
No.
I'm assuming that when emergency personnel are trying to take Ryan from the chair to the ground, it's possible the recliner gets moved. Is that fair?
Yeah, depending on what they needed to do to be able to remove him from the chair to the position that he was at, it's possible that they had to move the backrest or move the chair in some sense.
Okay. So you do not know whether the way that we see the recliner in your photos, if that's the way it was during the shooting, for example?
That is correct. That is just the way I found it when I was actually processing the scene.
Okay. This front door that leads to the living room, you testified that it was locked. Is it just the doorknob lock?
Yes, it's only that the lock is only on that doorknob. There was no deadbolt to that door.
So there's no deadbolt, there's no keypad on that door?
On that door.
So the way these doorknob locks work, doesn't that mean you can exit from the inside to the outside without having to unlock it then?
I don't know for sure how the mechanism worked on that one particularly, but I don't know if it needed to be manually turned or you could just turn the doorknob. But I do know from the outside you would need a key, and then you'd also have to have access some way in that way.
Okay. Well, commonly, if you've had these types of doorknobs, are you able to leave without unlocking it from the inside?
You would have to unlock it no matter what, whether it's the automatic doorknob turn or the turning of that latch itself.
Okay, so but you would be able to, I don't know if we're saying the same thing, two different ways. You would be able to just turn the handle and leave without, without like...
But that's what, yes, so what I'm saying is that there could be other ways of unlocking that.
Okay.
Some doorknobs are constructed that if you were to turn that knob, it might automatically unlock from the inside.
Okay.
Or you actually have to put your fingers on the latch itself and turn it.
I understand.
I don't know. I can't remember exactly on that doorknob which it was.
Okay, I understand. And didn't you also seize that doorknob?
At the time of our scene collection, we did not seize that doorknob.
Okay. Do you know if anybody sees the doorknob associated with law enforcement?
I think after the scene had been processed and after we had collected our evidence at a further date that their doorknob might have been submitted to laboratory. I can't recall exactly when, but I believe that it might have been taken by law enforcement, but I can't say for certain without looking back at records.
Okay. Do you have anything to do with what gets submitted for DNA testing?
In general, as we've collected items of evidence, we will discuss with the case agent sometimes what analysis they would request of certain items of evidence.
Okay. So do you know what items were DNA tested in this case then?
I don't know exactly which ones. That would all depend upon the DNA section choosing themselves. Mm-hmm. What we collected is what we felt was important to that scene. Then it's on the DNA section of the criminalist assigned to further work with agents in discussing what items really truly need analyzed or not.
Okay. And then who on scene is responsible for collecting fingerprints?
That would be part of the crime scene team's responsibility.
So you?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody then dust this doorknob or attempt to dust this door or the storm door for fingerprints?
We did not.
Okay. I mean, because presumably, of course, Karina Cooper, we're going to expect to see her DNA or fingerprints at this place, right? She lives there?
Yes. So as part of that, there are people that live in the residence that we would expect to have DNA or left friction ridge details like that upon the premises.
Okay. But we would not necessarily expect somebody's DNA or fingerprints to be on it if they didn't live there.
Again, it depends, like if another person, an unknown person has been there, they could have left something like that.
Okay. And in this case, to be clear then, we do not have any, at least as far as you're aware, we don't have any DNA testing of that doorknob, the door, the storm door handle, no fingerprints of the doorknob, the door, the storm door handle.
As far as what pertains to the scene, we did not do any dusting for friction ridge details.
Okay.
As to whether or not later on down the road, somebody else in the laboratory that I work at analyzed those items of evidence for those things, I do not recall. I can't say that they haven't been analyzed.
Okay. I'm wondering also about the footwear impression that's on, I don't know what it is, a baby gate or something that's on the stairs outside.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't you, as part of your investigation, collect a bunch of shoes from the residents as well to try to compare?
There was only one shoe or pair of shoes that was collected, but that was collected by Tama County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So do you know whether any of the shoes in this house match that footwear impression?
There was an initial look at most of the footwear in the premises, and none of them appeared to have the same pattern except those muck boots that were seen by Tama County Sheriff's Office and collected.
Do you have any idea what that pattern, what shoe you might associate it with?
I do not.
Okay. Have you tried to compare it to, are you familiar with the shoes, Vans, the brand Vans shoes?
Yes.
Okay, are you familiar with the tread on those shoes?
Having a pair myself, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether those are consistent with the pattern that we're seeing on this baby gate looking thing?
I'm not for sure. I haven't really looked that closely at them.
Do you have any answer or expertise as to how that's the only part of a footprint that we see is what's on that bit of baby gate?
I am not for sure on how that transfers or able to explain that totally. I don't know if it's I can't say for certain on anything regarding that. I wouldn't be able to explain how the blood only gets on that railing versus the cement steps nearby. I just noticed and observed that was what was on the railing at the time, and made sure to document and preserve that evidence as best I can.
We saw in a picture, and we talked about placard number 5, which was the shell casing found near the front door leading into the living room, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'm taking you to say is that it was kind of just sitting in front of the door, the shell casing?
Yes.
Okay.
Right where that, if you look at that photo, where that little L measurement or that ruler is on that placard, it would be right within that L area.
So was it hard to see?
No, it was not hard to see, especially if we have other lighting in there. It's brass. It does reflect.
And then I noticed also in that picture that where the placard 5 and the shell casing is found, there is that, I don't know what that's called either, the air conditioning.
Oh, the vent.
The vent, thank you. So that was near the other shell casing. Could a second shell casing fall into that vent?
I don't know for certain. I didn't measure the slots in that vent, but knowing that 22 long rifle cartridge cases are small, it could be possible that maybe it was on the vent. Maybe it could have slipped through. I didn't really do anything to see if that was possible, but it could be depending upon the size of that vent.
Okay. And I'm assuming you didn't go into the ductwork to look for the shell casing?
Well, we did not.
Okay.
We just looked down that vent.
Okay. I guess I was also wondering, did anybody move the recliner to see if the other shell casing was under the recliner?
We did.
You did do that, okay.
We also moved the living room couch around too to make sure that it hadn't bounced in any other sort of direction.
Did you note whether or not the storm door had a lock, like leading into the living room?
I do not remember
Okay.
seeing that.
We talked a lot about keypads and securing things, is it fair to say that if you have a keypad, you also don't need to remember to bring a key to get into your house?
Again, I don't know the function of those locks per se. I would think personally that those keypads, all you needed was the code, but I don't know specifically the function of those ones there on scene. I did not try to test it out or had a key available to even test that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Codiago?
Yes, you talked about some shoes being picked by the Tama County Sheriff's Office for further comparison, correct?
Those were just collected by them. I don't know if they were submitted later or not.
Okay. And when they ask you about whether it was visible to see this size 22 cartridge, when you are doing this examination, it's in the middle of the day, correct?
Yes, it would be starting in the afternoon, correct, from noon on till late at night, around a little past 10 o'clock.
But from what the jury sees from your pictures, the sun was out, it was bright outside, correct?
Correct, and most of them, yes. And some of those were later on when it was actually the sun was setting too.
But as by the time you take these in the house, you're working slowly, methodically. It's different from a situation where maybe the room is darker and the source of light is not as good as at the time that you are operating, correct?
Correct. So the time that was observed, I would say, was not when the sun was setting. It was during the initial overall photography, which would have been in the afternoon, sometime past noon.
So with different conditions, it can be different. It can be easy to miss that cartridge.
Depending on the situation, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, the timing worked out pretty well. We're right at about 10:30, so we'll take our morning, mid-morning break at this point, so approximately 15 minutes, and would remind you again of that admonition that I've given you previously. So we'll see you shortly. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. Good. Okay, we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present, and I believe the state has another witness to call. Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state calls Detective Tiffany Lord.
Good morning. Ms. Lord, if you want to come over and have a seat to my far left, if you would. Yeah, right there. You can go ahead and have a seat. And that microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. First thing I'm going to do, Ms. Lord, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yeah, it's Tiffany Lord, Tiffany. Lord is Lord.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, how are you currently employed?
I work for the University of Iowa as a detective/digital forensic investigator.
First, can you explain what a digital forensic investigator is?
Yeah, so in general what we do is we receive digital evidence, whether that's a phone, computer, tablet, anything that's digital, we receive it in our care. We preserve the data, so we'll usually take pictures of it, and then we'll get an image of that. An image is a working copy of that digital device, so we're not altering the evidence. And then we'll process that device, which makes it in a workable format that is easier for us to see or the investigator that we give the case to.
You said you're also a detective. Can you talk about your education and training that qualifies you for the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity from Champlain. I also have my certificate in digital forensics from the Des Moines Community Area College. I also have, I'm a part of IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And within that, I have my CFCE, which is a Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have my Mobile Device Forensic Examiner certification, and also the Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner.
Can you talk about, you said that you work as a digital forensic investigator, you're obviously also working as a detective. What's your experience in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2017, and in this position since the end of 2020.
And generally, can you talk about your duties?
Yeah, so I mainly work, my main role is digital forensic investigator. The only thing that I do investigation-wise from start to finish, which includes like search warrants and stuff, is the child exploitation cases. But as far as digital forensics go, we take any case.
Would you be able to put an estimate on how many such examinations or extractions you've done when it comes to your work as a digital forensic investigator?
Yeah, so I've done hundreds of examinations and then a couple dozen examination reports.
Any other relevant training or experience?
So I've attended NCFI, which is the National Computer Forensic Investigator course.
Oh, hold on one second. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, NCFI is the National Computer Forensics Institute, which is actually through the Secret Service. I've also attended some NW3C classes, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
So you stated that you receive different electronic devices for evaluation or examination. Can you explain that process a little bit? How do you receive electronic devices, and then what do you do with those devices?
Yeah, so we get devices in all various ways. Sometimes it comes straight from the search warrant. Sometimes they have it for a few days. Once we receive that device, if it is currently powered on, we take a picture of it, and then we put it on our imaging device that gets that working copy of it. If the device is powered off and we're not sure like what state it is in, then we have what's called a Faraday box that blocks any signals coming in or out, so it can't change the data while it's in there. And then once that extraction is complete, then we would then take a picture of that device.
What type of devices are you examining?
In this case or in general?
Generally.
In general, all electronic devices, so it could be phones, tablets, computers, the Oculus VR sets, tablets.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. Having just a little bit of trouble hearing your answers.
And I see my court reporter's nodding her head, so help her out as well.
All right. So turning specifically to cellular phones, what type of information may be of interest to a digital forensic investigator on a cellular phone?
Yeah, so in general, locations, media, conversations, whether that be call, text messages, anything within applications, health data, Google search history, or any browser history.
Okay. So there's a number of different sources of information, and I'll walk through some of those that you just referenced here. Can you talk a little bit, and I think you have, but just to make it clear, with the cellular phone, how do you go about accessing that information?
So that varies. If we have the passcode, we can get different kind of extractions, I guess, off of devices. And so we have what is called a gray key, which is a device that images it for us. You plug the phone into it, and then it takes the image off of it. So you can have the passcode. We can also get devices without a passcode. It just varies on the device.
Okay, and you say that you're taking an image of the phone. What do you mean by an image?
So that is what I mentioned earlier. It's a working copy of the phone. So that way we aren't altering the actual evidence, and we can then take that copy of the image, or the image which is the copy, and put it into Magnet, Axiom, Celebrate. Those are different processes that then makes it viewable for the end user.
So if I understand correctly, you essentially take the phone and make a one-to-one copy of all the information on that phone.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bit by bit on a phone, as it would be a computer. It does take all the data that is on there, but like if there's something that is deleted, can be permanently deleted, we're not going to be able to necessarily get that back. It just depends on the application. Every application is different how the data is stored.
All right, so essentially you're taking a copy of pretty much all the data on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you're working with that copy?
Yes.
You mentioned Magnet Axiom. What is that?
Yeah, so that is a software that we then input our image into that breaks it down and makes it readable.
And Celebrate, is that similar?
Yes.
And so you're taking that copy that you've made of the information from the phone and you're putting it into these programs, and you said that that makes the information readable. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, so when it takes the copy, it's all in a file system. So you have different file paths. And when you look at that, there's a lot of data there. And what this process does, it makes it where these are your Snapchat conversations, these are your messages, this is the Google browser. So it kind of breaks that down for you. So you can click on it and see, okay, well, what was searched and things like that.
So if I understand correctly, when you make that initial copy of the data, it's just a lot of essentially unsorted data that mirrors what's on the phone. Is that fairly accurate?
I mean, it is sorted within the file path, but no layperson is going to look at that and know where, okay, what do I click on to then find the images, or what file path do I click on, because it's, paths within paths.
I see. And so then with these programs, it's sorted out into specific either applications, messaging, communication, or a way that's, as you stated, more readable.
Yes.
All right. So once you've taken that image and fed it into these programs, are you then working, at this point you can work both with the original data if you wanted to do that and with the readouts or reports from these programs, is that correct?
Yes.
So once you've run the data through Magnet Axiom or Celebrate, what are you doing as an investigator at that point?
That varies. So with that, sometimes people just bring me the device and they just want it extracted, processed. I then can give it back to them for the investigator to then go through. Sometimes in certain cases they ask me to look through it, or if they found something, they ask me how this came about, where this came from, because I can explain it where they can't.
Okay. So you yourself, if you were asked to go ahead and investigate a phone, how does that work? Are you given information about the case that you then use to direct your search, or are you just going in and looking for what you believe to be items of interest?
Yeah, so usually they give me some information. If it is something that's based on a certain date, they'll give me that date that happened, the kind of case they have, what they are generally looking for on there. So if they're looking for, say it's a burglary and they want location data, they'll put that on there. So just the basics of the crime.
And I understand this is sort of a broad question, but there's certainly a lot of different types of information or data on a cellular phone, correct?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned there's applications, there's various forms of communication. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the fact that you can take video, photographs, etc. What other type of information are you able to recover from a cellular phone?
Yeah, so it also records health data such as steps taken, distance that you walked. Also, pattern of life is a big thing, ownership of the device, and then, yeah, the Google search history, media, all of that.
Okay. A couple of things that you mentioned that I just want to make sure we have an understanding of. The first would be an application. What is an application?
Yeah, so it's a software that you download. So say from an Apple, it would be the Apple Play Store. Then Google would be the Google Play Store. So it's software that you download on your phone that serves a purpose or purposes.
And so what type of information, and my guess is that this varies, but what type of information are you able to retrieve from an application?
Yeah, it definitely varies. Sometimes you get deleted stuff on there, but the main thing is time, date, stamp of when, say, something was sent or received, if it is a conversation or a search of some sort.
Would the type of information that you're able to obtain depend to some degree on the nature of the application itself?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, does it depend on the nature of the application?
Yes.
Could you just explain that?
Yeah, so say with Snapchat, it's a conversation, so you can see who the receiver is, who the sender is, what time that message was sent or received. And then let's say with a browser, it'll show what date and time that search term was searched. As far as deleted stuff, it varies on every application. Sometimes it's so encrypted that application is, because each application has its own security within too, that sometimes when it's deleted, it's permanently gone and you can't recover it. Then other times it stores it in a different database.
You mentioned the concept of pattern of life. That's something that's important to you as an investigator. What does pattern of life mean?
So how they use their phone. With, say, browser history, you can see how often they use it. Do they use it every day? Is there a point in time that something isn't searched, or is there a big gap in data that normally would be there otherwise? You can kind of see if there's location data, where they go, and then the emails, what they log into, what sites they go to.
So essentially, historic data about the use of the phone over time.
Yes.
You said as a digital forensic investigator, sometimes you're able to obtain information that's been deleted. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so again, with every application, it's different. And so with certain things, it puts it in the same database, just it'll mark it as this is deleted. Other times it puts it in more of what's called like a non-active part of that database. So if you were to take that database out and you put it in like a database viewer or something, you're not going to see that deleted data. But you can see it in the non-active part, which is mainly in what's called the binary, which is the 1 and 0s of that user partition, and then it'll pull that out that way.
Okay. And admittedly, that was a little bit confusing, at least for me. So I guess what I would like to understand is when you have something on your phone, you delete that information. It's gone, or it seems to be no longer accessible to the user. Sounds like you're stating that that's not necessarily the case, that that data is completely gone, and instead that you as an investigator are able to access that?
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it can be permanently deleted. So good example, I guess, now with current phones, say you were to delete a photo, at least on an iPhone, it would normally go to your deleted folder for 30 days. You have the option to recover it, and you can still see it in that deleted folder. But once it's gone, sometimes it's permanently gone, but other times we can still get that data when we do a forensic exam. So it just varies.
So as a user of the phone, using your photo example, after we've passed that 30 days and it's been deleted, it's no longer accessible to you, but nonetheless, it may still exist in the data somewhere on the phone.
That is correct.
And is that until it's overwritten, or at what point is that no longer accessible?
It varies. Sometimes it will stay there for a certain period of time, whatever the software developers put in there. Other times, yes, it will stay in there until that data is overwritten with other conversations or whatever you are doing.
So we talked a little bit about the types of information that you're able to recover, the fact that at times you can recover deleted information. We've talked about pattern of life. I think you talked about health apps as a potential application, and the ability of those apps to record steps. Any other information on the phone that you can typically find or may be able to find related to location or movement data?
Well, if they're you can usually see location database, but that is only for a certain period of time. So there's the Apple routine, which is the most common, which is the most precise location. That's only on there for 7 days. But yeah, other than that, then Snapchat also shows location, but again, that also varies on if that is stored on the phone or not. But with a search warrant, you can also get that data sometimes.
And just to be clear, we're talking specifically about location data related to, or that you would be able to discover related to the data that's on an actual cell phone. Mm-hmm. Based on your training and experiences, your understanding that there's other ways to determine the location of a cell phone that don't involve strictly the data on the phone?
Like such as conversations, you can see if people are talking about where they are. But
cell tower locations and those types of things
yeah,
as well?
You can get cell tower locations. I didn't do anything with that on this case. Someone else did. But yeah, for sure you can get what's called a geolocation search warrant, and that can then, basically location is always pinning off of towers. And so you can get locations that way.
And as you just stated, that's outside of the scope of what you did on this particular case.
Correct.
So I do want to turn now to this case specifically. Did you receive some electronic devices associated with this case for examination?
I did.
Do you recall which devices you received?
Yeah, so I received a HP computer. I received 3 iPhones. Well, 3 iPhones that I was advised were Karina Cooper's, and then there was 6 iPhones that I was advised was Huston Danker's.
And did you examine each of these devices?
I did.
Did you follow the protocol essentially that you outlined previously in examining these devices?
I did.
So that would involve connecting them, making a copy of the data, utilizing those programs that you referenced, and then working both with the raw data and the output of those programs.
I did.
Can you outline briefly what information you had when you began your examination?
Yeah, so I was only given that there was a shooting in Tama County on the day of June 18th, 2021, around 4:30 a.m. And they just wanted to know if I could get a better extraction than what they got originally, and that's all I was told.
Okay. And with that information then generally, what type of information would you be looking for?
Yeah, so obviously with the shooting, you're going to be looking for guns. You'd also, to narrow down the scope a little bit, take it down to the time of the incident, see what was happening around then, which in this case would be prior to.
And it sounds like you received phones that belonged both to Karina Cooper and Huston Danker. So you understand that there was a shooting, you understood the date that this occurred, and it sounds like there was potential involvement of 2 separate parties. So were you looking for information related to, as you said, at or around the time of that shooting you're looking for information? What types of information are you looking for, especially considering that we're talking about two potential individuals being involved?
Yeah, so at the time, I did not know if there was any other involvement. I was not told anything besides Karina's name, that she was the wife of the deceased. So what I was just looking at is if anything stood out as far as like conversations, movements, any searches prior to pattern of life, like I mentioned before, just any sort of conversations.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to go into what you found, because we're going to go through that here in a moment. But ultimately, were you able to, when you examined these devices, find any information of evidentiary value?
I was.
On which devices did you find that information?
Yeah, so on the first iPhone 8 Plus that I was advised was Karina Cooper's. On the white iPhone 7, I was advised was Huston Danker's. And on the iPhone 10 that I was also advised was Huston Danker's.
And just generally, what types of information did you find that were of value?
Yeah, so there was Google searches, health data, Facebook, or not Facebook, but text messages, Snapchat conversations, and then pattern of life.
I want to talk to you a little bit. You talked about two separate phones. There's an iPhone 8 Plus that was determined to belong to Karina Cooper. I'll start with that phone. How were you able to determine, or were you able to determine by looking at the data and information on the phone, that it belonged to Karina Cooper?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
Yeah, so there was a lot of usernames to different applications on there. Her email was also on there. It was also registered to her for her Apple account.
When you say it's registered to her, and I know you had referenced this previously when talking about the types of information you can find on a phone, what are you looking at that tells you who's registered the phone and essentially who owns that phone? What is that information that's on there?
Yeah, so when you have an iPhone, you typically would register it to like an iCloud account. In this case, hers was linked to an iCloud account. There's also other addresses, or email addresses that is, such as for her lasting impressions job that she had. And there's also within the web browser different sites that she went to that you would log into, and those emails or usernames are also saved on that device.
You mentioned lasting impressions. Through the work that you did on this phone, were you able to make a determination about what that was?
It was a hairdressing company.
And the same question with regard to Huston Danker's iPhone 7. What were you able to find that made you believe that it belonged to Huston Danker?
Yeah, so similar to what I said with her, there was, on the web browser, there was usernames, emails associated that had his first and last name on there. It was also registered to an iCloud account.
So turning to these two phones, I guess I'll start with Karina's phone. You talked a little bit about the types of information that you were able to locate. Were you also able to find data or look at data that gave you some notion of her pattern of life or usage of the phone?
Yeah, so, yes.
So there's a lot of, well, I guess I want to ask you this with regard to these phones. You've talked a little bit about being able to locate or determine information about dates and times. That would include dates and times certain things were accessed or communications took place. How are you able to determine that those dates and times are accurate?
Yeah, so we always do validation. And on top of that validation, I always do more. So when I find a piece of evidence that I think is pertinent, you can actually take out that database, and then it has the date and time stamp also within that, and I use what's called this DB browser, which is just an interpretation of that string of numbers, which is the date and time, to see what it says to make sure that my software is actually interpreting that correctly too.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit. You said the first thing you mentioned was validation, and then you said you do more than validation. Can you start by explaining what validation is?
Yeah, so there's different ways you can validate. One of that is you take a phone that you know dates and times on, what is going on, and you image that phone. Then you process it to verify, do those date and time stamps line up with what you know is on that phone. Secondly, with what I talked about with the databases, what I do is I can extract that database that, whatever it is that is in that, and then within that there's different tables, and they'll have like a date and time stamp within that, which is a string of numbers. And so if you use another software that then interprets that data, it can see if that matches what your process says.
And that's those processes then you utilize with regard to both phones in this case, Huston Danker's phone and Karina Cooper's phone, to validate and assure that the dates and times that you've included or found were correct.
Yes.
All right. Just so the jury has an understanding of the amount of information that you're able to locate on a phone, how much information did you locate or how much data did you locate on Karina Cooper's iPhone Plus?
Are you asking how much data was on the phone?
Yes, either in terms of gigs, length of report. How would you explain how much information you're able to pull off that phone?
I don't recall the exact gigabytes the phones were, but I can tell you there's millions of different data points within the phone that you can look through.
And that would be the same for Huston Danker's iPhone 7?
Yes.
Considering all the different types of information you said you were able to locate, the amount of raw data, sounds like that's a lot of information. In order to present the information that you found, did you create a summary or a report?
I did.
And the summary that you created, was that based on the information that was found on these phones pulled from either the raw data, the Celebrate report, or the Magnet report?
It was.
Would it aid your testimony in discussing the information that you found to use the demonstrative exhibit that you prepared?
Yes.
And before we get into that demonstrative exhibit, how did you, first of all, what types of information did you find, and then how did you organize the information that you're presenting?
Yeah, so I stated earlier there were text messages located, health data, Snapchats, search history, and how I did it was I organized it more by date and time. So you'll see the stuff that was earlier first onto when the incident occurred.
All right. And Judge, if we could get the screen turned on.
Just so we're clear, you want to turn on the screen for a demonstrative exhibit to show the jury.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure that this is okay. As the Ms. Watt, have you had a chance to see this?
We have.
And you're okay with this?
Yes.
All right, then we will go forward.
Just do it at the end. And Judge, at this time, the state,
Hold on.
all right.
Gotta try it again. Get the big screen up. There we go. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ringel, you were starting to say something. At this time, the state was going to do something, and then I cut you off.
That's all right. The state would move to admit this as State's Exhibit number 306.
Well, then it's not really a demonstrative exhibit.
That's correct. I'm asking now if the state, as I said, the state's now moving to admit it as an exhibit.
Ms. Watt?
I hadn't contemplated that. I thought it was only a demonstrative. Could I just have some, I mean, we can go through this and I can just think about whether I have any position on that.
Sure. I don't know that we need to cross that bridge this second. So I'll give you a little bit of time. Go ahead, Mr. Ringel. I'll make a note to circle back.
Thank you, Judge. All right, what are we seeing in this image here?
Yeah, so this is the iPhone 8 Plus that I received that was in possession of Karina Cooper at the time of the incident.
And then this next image?
Yes, the left image there is what I was advised was Huston Danker's iPhone 7, and on the right is the iPhone 10.
And the first image that we saw of the iPhone 8 and then here the iPhone 7, are those the two phones respectively that you examined in this case and found relevant information on?
Yes.
All right. So we're starting here. This looks like it says an Apple iMessage. What is an Apple iMessage?
Yeah, so an Apple iMessage is what's your SMS message? Basically is what is integrated in the phone when you receive it to be able to text other people back and forth.
All right. And what are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, so this is a message from the iPhone 8 Plus to this contact that was called Wind Up Jake.
So it's the Apple phone belonging to Karina Cooper. It's communication with someone named Wind Up Jake. Based on the information you located, when did this communication take place?
Yeah, October 6th, 2020.
And what did you find of relevance in this communication?
So it was a conversation between the two of them where Wind Up Jake found, or actually someone else, Diane, found a check of life insurance company, called them. It was an accidental death policy on him that he didn't know that she had, his wife that was. And so then the message that was from the iPhone 8 Plus was, maybe she was mad at you and saw an opportunity.
And as an investigator, why did you believe this was important?
Yeah, based on, well, if you know someone that has a life insurance policy and that you can get the money from it, that's always a possibility.
What are we seeing in this next image here?
So these are different screenshots that were located on the iPhone 8 Plus. As you can see over here on the left, the account creation, the account name was Karina Cooper with the value is actually the password of Hair Lady 1977. It shows that it was created on November 7th of 2020, and it shows last visited on the regular browser in December 17th of 2020. So these two pictures are very similar. As you can tell, they're not exactly the same. They're screenshots taken at different dates and times. The image on the left is November 8th, 2020. And if you look at the top, you can see that it does not say private next to it. And the image on the right is from November 19th, 2020. That does say private. So that's actually from the private browser.
Okay. A few different things I want to ask you about there. So the first thing, this information was located on the phone belonging to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
And under account creation, what's your understanding of what that information means?
So that's when you would set up that account.
And the account was through who or what website?
Yeah, huntered.com.
And the information you were able to determine was the account holder was the name Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And you said the value is?
That's the password.
So that password, as far as you understand, was required to access this information?
Yes.
Where on the phone did you locate these two Hunter Ed images? I'll start with the first one you said that was not marked private.
Yeah, so both of these were actually screenshots located in the database. So it was in the photo data database. They're actually both thumbnails of the original image.
And can you explain then what is the difference between the image that's not marked private and the one that's marked private? You made a distinction between a private browser and, I guess, a non-private browser.
Yeah, so in a private browser, it's meant to be, as it states, private. What you search in that does not keep web history, so once you close it out, that web history is gone.
And as an investigator, what did you find to be of import with regard to these images?
Yeah, it talks about, as you can see here, common types of handgun bullets, and it talks about each bullet and what it is good for.
What do you mean, what it's good for?
How it's used. So, as it says with the first one there, it has a good penetration, little expansion. So each bullet serves a different purpose.
Did you find the other thing I guess I wanted to ask you is you said these were screenshots and you're distinguishing that from what?
What would be called a web cache. That web cache is, how it does is when you're on a website and you're scrolling, it kind of takes its own images of that to kind of help the browser load faster. Those are different. That's not user interaction. That is what the phone is doing behind the scenes. This, a user would have had to take that screenshot.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then the user would have had to manually capture these images and save them?
Yes.
Did you find any other similar images from this Hunter Ed website?
I did.
What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so there was a total of 89 that I located, and it was between the dates of November 8th, 2020 and November 19th, 2020. Here on the left, you can see that there's 23 screenshots that were taken on or before November 11th, 2020 in the regular browser. And then starting on November 18th, 2020, there was 66 screenshots taken, and those were all in the private browser. What I have here underneath shows the timestamp of when that was taken, that was located on the photo, and that also matches what the report said the screenshot was taken.
And did you review the majority, if not all, of these types of images from the Hunter Ed website?
I did.
And what generally was the nature of the information contained in those screenshots that were saved on Karina Cooper's phone?
It was all about guns, whether it be rifle, handgun, how to use them, how to keep them clean, also protection, and then the bullets.
When you say the bullets, I think you already referenced which bullets could be used for different things, including which ones had penetration. Did that include the basic parts of bullets, shell casings, that type of thing?
It did.
And this information here on the screenshot on the left, what is that imparting there below the image?
Yeah, this is talking about the maximum projectile and saying that it could cause injury or damage to persons, animals, or objects. And so knowing your firearm's maximum projectile range is critical, being safe and responsible hunter.
Does it also say it helps you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill?
Yes, it does.
So beyond, as we all know, the data, using your phone to search the internet, et cetera, of course you can also make calls and send text messages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine by looking at the phones, the phone numbers associated with Karina Cooper and Huston Danker's phones?
I was.
All right. What are we seeing here?
So the gray is going to be what is coming from Karina Cooper's phone, and so that is her phone number, and then the blue will be Huston Danker, and that is his phone number. And this actually comes from his iPhone 7.
And you said you have them gray and blue. That's just for your demonstrative, correct?
Correct.
To distinguish between the two. Were you able to find text messages or communications between these two parties?
I was.
And so what is that icon or image that we're seeing in the top right?
Yeah, so that is just what the image looks like on your phone as the application.
And that application is?
The iMessage.
Okay, so this is just standard Apple iMessage.
Yes.
Okay. So generally, what is the nature of this conversation based on your review of it?
That there is a sexual relationship between the two of them.
Okay. And this conversation that we're about to look at, what were they discussing, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly what this conversation's about without reading it.
Okay. So this is blue. Is that indicating that this was a communication that was from Huston Danker?
Yes.
Okay. What was this communication?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Shit happens every day. Phones are replaceable. Hope the kids are enjoying the flying and the racing around of airports. I love you, baby. Have another safe flight. Have been waiting to hear from you.
And were you able to determine when this was sent?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
It was February 13th, 2021. So this is, yeah, okay. So this is from Karina's cell phone. It says, fucking hate him.
And that's approximately 4 minutes later?
Yes. And then, yeah, this is from Huston Danker's phone. Day one into vacation, truly starting, and 2 kids have already been treated like trash and cried. It makes my blood boil. Shit happens every day, no reason to make somebody cry over it or yell about it.
Did this appear to be a conversation then between the two parties based on the timestamps you located?
Yes.
This was approximately 2 minutes later?
Yes.
And this would be a communication that was sent from Karina Cooper in response?
Yes.
All right, and what's that communication?
I just keep imagining us traveling together and how much different and fun it would be. And this is from Huston Danker's phone. We'd be having a blast with every single situation, whether Cade lost his phone, Cable forgot his tablet, whatever the situation may be, still would be having a blast. I mean, come on, it's vacation. Lighten the fuck up, shit can be handled when you get back home, but that's just me. This is again him. Cade could have just had my phone the whole time. He didn't have one. And her response was, yep. Again, this goes back to Houston. Wouldn't have fazed me a bit. Here you go, wild man. Not like I have anybody to talk to. You. Your mom's here with me.
And there's some emojis there as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what emojis are those?
There was a broken heart earlier. This one is a heart.
Is this part of the information that you used, in determining the nature of the relationship between the parties?
Yes. So this is again from Huston Danker's phone. Can't wait to travel with you and just laugh and smile and have a complete blast with whatever we are doing or whatever we are going, with another heart.
And then this was sent by Karina Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what's that message?
Listen to the background of the video I'm about to send. Shows you the difference between people like us and people like him.
Okay. Were you able to locate then additional communications on an application called Snapchat?
I was.
Can you explain what Snapchat is and how it works?
Yeah, so I think the next slide actually says too. It's more of a discrete text messaging application, so you can use it to talk to somebody. It's a mobile app used for instant communication on your phone. So when you take a photo or a video, or you can send and receive just regular text messages through it. Also, it is user controlled, so it can be set to delete right after the message is sent. It can be set for 24 hours, and you can also even save the message within the chat.
Is that essentially one of the primary features of Snapchat, is that essentially I see the icon as a ghost, that the information can be instantly deleted, or people believe that it can be deleted and removed from the phone?
Yes.
You located Snapchat communications. Where did you locate those communications?
So these are actually in what's called it's carved from Axiom. So what it does is it can parse or carve information. And so the carving of that is typically a deleted data that's no longer there. This was still stored in the non-active part of the database that Snapchat would be in.
Okay, so when you say it's in a non-active part, the communications that you located of relevance were essentially in a deleted folder?
In a way, yes.
Okay. All right, you had indicated before that you had separated these out by date and time. That first date is March 8th, 2021?
Yes.
All right, and this just shows us a little bit of the format that you've used here. What are these red X's that we're seeing on the left of the screen?
It shows they're deleted.
Okay. And there's some brackets on the right side that are linking these bubbles that show times as well. What are those?
That is the time between the different chats.
Okay. And you've indicated that Huston Danker's communications are red and Karina's are blue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what is this first message that you located?
Yeah, so it reads, I just read this 10 times with the heart emoji, I swear, heart emoji, and just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice. Doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than, it happens. Nah, let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of this move. Just, it happens. They need to so badly. Cade is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball. Heart emoji.
And who is this communication to?
It was to Huston Danker.
From Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And what date and time?
Yeah, so it's on March 8th, 2021 at 7:03 in the morning.
And I'll ask you to try to slow down just a little bit if you could.
Okay.
So there's an additional message at 34 seconds later?
Yes.
What was that?
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And 39 seconds later, what was that message?
Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
And again, that message was from Karina Cooper to Huston Danker?
Yes.
So Karina's the one that sent that message?
Yes.
All right. Now this is a message from Huston, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is on that same date, March 8th?
Yes.
What was that message?
And you aren't a fucking loser. Look at all the fucking work you've been putting into us. My God. Plus, with the me working out thing, then boys need a father that's in shape to lift with them, run with them, be able to push them. So Cable doesn't have to worry about losing another match. Cade can be a complete fucking animal on the football field. Both just strong little men that nobody will fuck with. And nobody will ever fuck with their little sisters after they see them studs roaming around. Really don't want Cable to ever have that feeling again, ever, in his life of defeat. Have thought about that ever since you told me that. Can't let our kids ever feel like that. Can never make them feel like they lost. Even if they did, pick them up. Show them the positives of the situation and work on shit for next time. Everything in life is a learning curve, not defeat. Them kids will understand that as their dad's on their ass for getting down on themselves ever.
And then this is an additional message about an hour later from Karina, correct?
Yes.
And what was that message?
Breeze blowing the curtains, listening to thunder. Ugh, I don't want to wait another summer.
And we've heard testimony previously that Ryan was killed in June of 2021. These messages are again approximately 3 months prior to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You located some additional messages on March 12th. This first message is from Karina Cooper. What is that message?
I read somewhere that even if the surgery doesn't work, you can still do IVF.
And an additional message 23 seconds later.
Might be pregnant this time next year.
And Huston Danker's response?
IVF, question mark. Would love for you to be pregnant this time next year. I would love babies in my slow season so I can be around to help and spend time with you and the baby as much as possible.
And Karina's response?
In vitro fertilization, they implant your sperm and my egg, not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Option if the surgery doesn't work.
All right. Moving on to June 13th, so this is approximately 5 days before Ryan Cooper was killed, correct?
Yes.
All right. What's the first message?
Every time he's around.
And Huston's response?
Just explain that to me, please.
And then what's this message?
Nothing has happened since Florida, and if you think I forgot about you in the moment, like there was some big romantic moment, then, well, fuck you, because you have turned me into giving him a fucking peck to get him out of the door instead of resisting and raising a fit and probably taking much more. You've taken that and made it into this huge deception and betrayal that you have continuously brought up and beaten me over several times. So let me ask you also, since we're being honest, Why, if you love me so much and promise to spoil me rotten and put me above everything in your life, why is it so easy for you to belittle me? Turn your anger towards me. Pick fights with me over the same thing over and over again, and hurt me by making me feel like a piece of trash cheater. I mean, just curious. Find a fucking mirror, Huston, and take a good long look.
And what was the next message from Karina?
I'm fucking done with this conversation.
What was your understanding of this conversation?
It was a little confusing. At first, it really seemed like she was...
Objection, Your Honor, to any sort of interpretation and narration.
Sustained.
Moving on to the next series of messages. This is June 17th, correct?
Yes.
Again, the murder occurred on June 18th. First message from Huston.
Yep. Night, get tired of me working.
That was at 9:52 a.m., correct?
Yes. Then, looks great. In case you haven't noticed, I like to stay busy too. You'll have slower times. Winter will be really slow. Just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it.
Okay, again, so we're one day before the murder, and Karina is sending that message to Huston, referring to herself as his wife.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next message?
Not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning, and I haven't gotten to see you.
And what's Karina's response?
Train wreck.
And Huston sent a message then at 10:54, again, the day before the murder. What was that message?
Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
What was Karina's response?
Soaked just thinking of you. Will be downright embarrassing when I actually have you in person.
And Huston responded to that about 34 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What was that response?
Why? I love how wet you get for me.
So moving on to June 18th, did you find additional Snapchat communications then between Huston Danker and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
All right. We've heard some testimony in this case already regarding what occurred on the morning of June 18th, and that Aaron Cooper was contacted at 4:30 a.m. by Karina Cooper. She stated that someone was in the house. What time is this first message that you found on June 18th?
At 3:31 in the morning.
And what was that message?
A heart emoji.
It says here he responded approximately 2 seconds later. What was that response?
Seriously, more than fucking life.
And Karina's response 8 seconds later.
Forever.
All right. And then Huston Danker's next message to Karina Cooper.
More than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?
Again, this is at 3:31, so this is approximately 1 hour before that call to Aaron Cooper. Did she respond to that message then 8 seconds later?
Yes.
What was that response?
Deal.
Okay, so she said deal at 3:37 a.m. on June 18th.
Yes.
Karina's next message, what was that?
A kissy emoji.
That was 3 seconds later,
Yes.
right after she said deal.
Yes.
15 seconds later, Huston Danker sent an additional message. What was the time of that message?
At 3:31:55 in the morning.
What message did he send to Karina Cooper?
Remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs and or buts.
No ifs, ands, or buts?
Yes.
She responded 14 seconds later. What did she say?
Absolutely, 100%.
What was the date and time of that message?
Yeah, it was at June 18th, 2021 at 3:32 in the morning.
He responded 10 seconds later.
Yes.
What was that response?
Okay, phone's going down. I love you.
11 seconds later from Karina Cooper.
I love you too.
Houston's response 7 seconds later.
So much.
9 seconds later, Karina Cooper.
Forever.
And he responded 8 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
What did he say?
Okay, babe. Seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what was the date and time of that message?
June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:54 in the morning.
And Karina's response?
Go.
4 seconds later, she said, go.
Yes.
What was the time of that communication?
Yeah, it was June 18th, 2021 at 3:32:58 in the morning.
His response when she said, go.
It was an hour and 9 minutes, 4 seconds later. It says, yep, just woke up.
Okay. Were you able to find additional Snapchat messages belonging to Karina Cooper, not necessarily with Huston Danker, on her cellular device?
Yes.
Were all of those found in the deleted folder?
No.
What are we seeing here on this image?
There's approximately 2,400 snap messages on that phone, and only 61 of them were deleted, which includes the messages to and from Houston up into the night of the shooting.
All right, so of the 2,400 Snapchat messages, 61 total were in that deleted folder, and that includes the messages that we just saw?
Yes.
Were you able to find additional information relevant to your investigation from the phone associated with the night of the murder, which was June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
What are we seeing here in this image?
Yeah, on June 18th, 2021 at 4:13 in the morning, it showed there is a live photo that was watched. And then also that same morning at 4:18:22, it shows that there was 2 photos deleted.
All right, so talk to me first about at 4:13, it says watched live photo, as you just discussed. What does that mean as an investigator when you see this information? What of relevance are you able to determine?
User interaction with the phone.
Okay, what do you mean by user interaction with the phone?
So when you watch something, it's showing that you are opening that photo or video, whatever it is, and actually viewing it.
Okay. So someone has to be manually manipulating or operating the phone?
Yes.
Okay, and at 4:13 a.m., somebody was watching a live photo on Karina Cooper's phone?
Yes.
And it looks like 5 minutes later, 2 photos were deleted. This is at 4:18 a.m.?
Yes.
So again, that call to Aaron Cooper was 4:30 in the morning. This is 12 minutes prior to that. 2 photos are deleted. What does that mean? What information is of relevance when you see this?
It shows that these 2 photos are deleted, and then they're then put into that recently deleted folder. So it just shows, again, user interaction.
Okay, so it's that same user interaction or manipulation of the phone.
Yes.
Were you able to make any determination about the nature of these images?
Yeah, both of those images appear to be screenshots of a Snapchat image. Both of them had just kids in them.
Okay. There's some information here about Apple Health. Could you explain, as an investigator, what was important about this information?
Yeah, so with the Apple Health app, it automatically counts your steps, walking, running distances, so it shows movement.
Okay. Is that an app that, well, it says here Karina Cooper's Apple Health, so I'm assuming this was an application that was on Karina Cooper's phone?
Yes.
And what type of information are you able to obtain besides, you said steps, but are you able to obtain dates, times, what other information?
Yeah, so the date and time when you start moving and when you end moving.
And based on your training and experience, can you explain when does the phone record movement versus times when it doesn't record movement?
So when you're actively walking around is when it starts recording the movement, and it doesn't show the end time until that movement stops. So it has to be a constant movement.
And an individual has to be in possession of the phone at the time, correct?
Yes.
What were you able to determine then from this application?
Yeah, it shows here on June 18th, 2021 at 4:23 in the morning, movement started, and then it ended at 4:33.
Okay, so 7 minutes prior to the call to Aaron Cooper, movement started, and it says it looks like that the duration in minutes there was
Yeah,
9.
9.62.
Okay. You were able to determine both steps taken and distance. What were those steps and what was that distance?
Yeah, it shows the distance in meters as 120. If you translate that to feet, it goes to 393 feet, and then 170 steps taken.
Okay, so starting prior to that phone call to Aaron Cooper, a distance of 120.5 meters was covered.
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
So that is actually a blueprint of the house, and so the average size of a school bus is 45 feet. So you can see that the width of the house, so the perpendicular is actually smaller than if you put two buses perpendicular. That red X is where I was advised where Ryan was shot at.
What are we seeing here?
This is showing distance traveled. So as I said, the 170 steps, if you were to take the meters and turn it into feet, it actually turns into 393 feet. And so it's a little bigger than one football field.
Okay, so this image shows 100 yards of football field, 300 feet, and then an additional 30 plus yards, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare that then to the house itself and the size of the house?
Yes.
What were you able to determine?
That would have taken like 9.5 houses, basically.
Okay. Judge, may we have just one moment?
You may.
Aaron, you turn the lights back on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. So I would again remind you of the admonition I gave you. Again, highlight a couple key points since we're going to take a longer break. Keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Don't do any sort of investigation, and stay away from any sort of media coverage of this case. And with that, hope you all are able to have a good lunch, and ask that you be back here ready to go at 1:30.
this demonstrative being admitted.
Okay, we'll make a record on that. How about you guys come back at about 1:20?
Okay.
And then I guess, just so I understand, if it's a demonstrative exhibit, I mean, as you were going through it, things were being added. Do you see what I'm saying? What form is this exhibit going to take? I mean, is it like on a flash drive, and then when a jury sees it, it'll start, like, for example, at the beginning, there were blanks where the Snapchats were, and then they came in. How does this look to a jury if it goes back?
Judge, we can either, when we upload it for the court, it'll just have all of the information on there. It won't be animated in any way. Okay. So each sheet will just have the full communications on there. There won't be a need to click through.
So like the last one where, again, houses came up on the football field, it would just show up with the houses on the football field.
Correct.
Okay. And then, while we're on the record real quick, the Snapchat messages that we saw, those are the same as State's Exhibit 1 that was offered earlier in connection with the motion hearing that we had?
Yes.
Right. Those were sealed. No reason to keep those sealed anymore.
Correct. Well, that's correct.
All right. So State's Exhibit 2 is different. I am going to unseal.
Correct.
At some point I will unseal State's Exhibit 1 then. All right. Any issues with that on your end, Ms. Watt?
No.
All right. I'll see you guys at 1:20.
Thank you, Judge. Outside the presence of the jury, we have counsel and Ms. Cooper present. We're going to make a record on at least one thing before we do. I think we had two sidebars. I'll just touch those briefly. The first one, I think Ms. Watt asked to approach related to an exhibit. I believe it was the large exhibit that contained the information from the Pharaoh scan. Asked that it be down, and we took it down. And I guess just as a reminder to all parties, if you use an exhibit, once you're done with the exhibit, let's take it down, okay?
Just for the record, Judge, it was Exhibit 305.
Okay. And then I think maybe Mr. Kodiaga asked to approach and that was just about scheduling, taking a break, and that was a non-issue. So before we go any further, either party have anything they want to add to that discussion?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I think we were going to talk about what the state has offered as Exhibit 307. My understanding, Ms. Watt, I guess you asked for some time to think about whether you had an objection or not, and so do you?
Yes, I do have an objection to this exhibit. Would you like me to state why?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the purpose of a demonstrative is to assist the jury in understanding the expert witness's testimony, but I don't think it is a proper exhibit because it is not the actual evidence itself. It's her taking copies and pastes and creating this PowerPoint with some of the evidence, but it's incomplete. I'm objecting to the formatting, I guess, and there's another proposed exhibit in the court file, I believe it's 194, which is all of the Snapchats from Houston's iPhone, and there's a lot more than what's on this exhibit. And so I fear that giving them this exhibit, which is incomplete compared to the other records we have available, could be misleading.
So I guess, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I mean, I guess, you know, if it's a completeness argument, the rule of completeness would allow you to supplement the exhibit. So, I mean,
right.
So if that was an issue, you could offer State's Exhibit 194 or other exhibits and address that concern.
Yes, I understand that. I just think that the way that it's laid out here, I think it was appropriate for testimony and aiding the jury in understanding what she said. But the other things that are contained in this have not been.
Can I jump in?
No.
Okay. Here's the thing. The other thing is like.
The slides with the buses and the football and things, those are her interpretations of information that's in this case. We just don't believe that's proper evidence for the jury to have back as an exhibit as opposed to her testimony. And it's also, I mean, we could have it in the Snapchat exhibits. That would be the actual evidence that could be established with the foundation and the chain of custody, rather than cherry picking some information and giving the jury a packet of that they think is the best.
All right. Mr. Ringel?
Judge, thank you. With regard to the information that's been provided, of course, this comes in a form or format that's not necessarily easily readable or understandable to everyone in terms of completeness, of course. There's an entire dump of the phone that's several gigs. What she's done and what her testimony was, and I think I agree with defense with the exception of the slides related to the buses and the football field, she's testified that the remainder of the information is directly ported over from the Celebrite report itself. It's simply put in a format that's easier to understand and read. So from the state's perspective, the question isn't really about the formatting. The question is about the content and whether that content is appropriate to be admitted in this case. The content is exactly the same as the Celebrite report, which is not objectionable from the state's perspective, and the foundation has been laid to admit that information. So the state's simply asking to admit this information in a format that's more readable and understandable. It's not an interpretation in any way. It's simply the information that she located.
I mean, I think if I understand correctly,
primary objection was, again, we had the football field with the houses. I mean, that didn't come from Cellbrite.
And that's what I had said, Judge. I said with the exception of those two slides, which for the state's exhibit, I think the state's intent would be to remove those two slides. It's the slide with the school buses in the house.
All right, well, let me stop you there. I don't want to have an issue where there may not be an issue. Would that satisfy the defendant if those two slides were removed and then it was, and yeah, anyway, would that address the issue, I guess, from your end? I don't want to pressure you. I mean, I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just asking.
I just have a general problem with a witness's PowerPoint presentation going in as evidence for the jury, but it's better without those couple slides.
Okay. Better to the extent there's not an objection, or better that there still is an objection?
I'll keep my objection.
All right. Well, so where we stand is the state's offer to take those two slides out. Defendant still objects. I guess the luxury I have, considering the current posture of this case and where we're at, is that I don't have to, unlike most objections, make an immediate decision. So I'm not going to. I will think about it a little bit. I have that luxury of time. I mean, the jury's already seen it. It doesn't impede the state's presentation of its case at this point. Again, I have a note. I will circle back to 307 at a later time. Anything either party wants to say about that?
Judge, I'm sorry, I would just note that this is State's Exhibit 306.
306. I thought I had. Right. You're right. Okay. All right, sorry then, 306. Anything else on the defendant's end?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to take up before we get started with the jury?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
No.
All right. Then I guess we're a few minutes early, but as long as we've got everybody and they're ready to go, let's go. Who cares? We don't. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch. So we're back on the record. We have our jury, we have counsel and parties present, and we have Detective Lord still on the stand. And ma'am, I would just remind you that even though we took a break, you're still under oath, and believe we were still engaged in direct examination. So Mr. Ringel, whenever you're ready, you may resume.
Judge, thank you. And we were proceeding through the demonstrative exhibit that had been prepared by Detective Lord. I would ask that we turn the screen back on and perhaps lower the lights. Detective Lord, welcome back. You had stated that you found some information on Karina Cooper's device that was part of an Apple Health app and indicated some steps and movement. Did you look for similar information or data on Huston Danker's phone?
I did.
And is that part of the exhibit that you've prepared today?
Yes, it is.
What information were you able to locate?
So on here, the same as on Karina's phone, you have the start date and time, end date and time, the duration of that distance, and steps taken.
And so specifically then on the night of the murder, were you able to determine whether Huston Danker's phone was recording steps?
I was.
And what information did you locate, I guess starting with 6/18/2021, which looks like the second line down on what you've prepared here?
Yeah, so on 6/18/2021, it shows that there is movement between 2:43 a.m., 2:51 p.m., and then it jumps to 3:13 a.m. to 3:23 a.m., which then continues on from 3:23 a.m. to 3:26 a.m. And then there's a gap of no movement until 4:46 a.m.
So with regard to that movement at 3:13 a.m., what was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Are you asking total between 3:13 and 4:46?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you pull your microphone a little bit closer?
Yeah, what did you ask? Sorry.
I'm asking, you said that there was movement there between 3:13 a.m. and 3:23 a.m. What was the distance of movement that you noted there?
Yeah, so the distance there was 159 meters.
Okay. And then there was further movement then between 3:23 and 3:26. What did you note there?
Yeah, the distance there was 37.28 meters.
And then you indicated there was a gap. Could you just explain what you were talking about?
Yeah, the phone showed just no movement between 3:26 a.m. and 4:46 a.m.
And you had testified previously that there was Snapchat messages between the parties indicating something to the extent of phones down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if an individual was not in possession of their phone, not carrying their phone, would it be recording steps, or could that account for the gap we see here?
Yeah, they would not record steps if their phone was put down.
With the information that you located and the other information that you received as an investigator, did you attempt to put together a timeline from the night of the murder?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you the exhibit that you've prepared. Looks like it is animating. What is the first line on your exhibit that you've prepared?
Yeah, so between 3:31 and 3:32:58, that's when that Snapchat conversation took place between Karina's phone and Huston's phone.
All right, and that's the Snapchat conversation. Judge, may I have just a moment? All right, so that was the Snapchat conversation that we saw where Ms. Cooper said go, and then they talked about putting their phones down?
That is correct.
Right. That conversation ended at 3:32:58, and what was the next event that you noted in your timeline?
Yeah, that is at 4:13 when that live photo was viewed.
And that was on Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And what did you note next?
At 4:18 in the morning, there was 2 deleted photos.
And the next activity you noted on the phone that you included in your timeline?
Those were the steps taken between 4:23 and 4:33 a.m.
And we'd heard previous testimony that Karina Cooper called Aaron Cooper at 4:30 a.m. Were you able to verify that information by examining the phone?
I was.
And how did you verify that information?
Yeah, so at 4:30, that is when the call came out from Karina's phone to Aaron Cooper. That is also located on the U.S. cellular records.
All right, so then the next thing you noted here, you have 3 separate entries. What are those? At 4:31, again at 4:31 and 4:33.
Yeah, those are calls from Aaron Cooper to Karina Cooper.
And the length of those phone calls then, and this is, looks to be more or less immediately following the phone call to Aaron Cooper, 1 second unanswered and 23 seconds?
Yes.
And then what's this next piece of information at 4:33:43?
Yeah, that is when Karina Cooper's cell phone called 911.
And what's this that we see at 4:34:44?
That's when Aaron Cooper called 911.
And at 4:39 a.m.?
That's when Aaron Cooper arrived at the address of 1846 K Ave.
All right. And 4:42 a.m.?
That is when the first deputy arrived at that address.
That's okay. Did you do some additional work then to look at Huston Danker's search history on his iPhone 7?
I did.
Showing you the next slide, it looks like we have an icon here for Google. It says Google search history. Could you explain what you were looking for and how you completed that search?
Yeah, so for on the phones, I narrowed it down to the time that the incident occurred, and I located some search history. And then after that, I got rid of the timeline, and it located some other history that was also around the same time that doesn't necessarily have a timestamp.
And it may be fairly obvious to some people, but perhaps not everyone. Can you explain what a Google search history is?
Yeah, so what a Google search history is basically an index of a whole bunch of different sites. So when you go to search something, it tries to pull what it thinks you are searching for, the most accurate thing.
And again, perhaps fairly obvious, but these searches are completed typically manually or input by a user, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've just included the results of that search that you did in attempting to locate the searches that Huston Danker had completed here on this next slide.
Yes.
What is the, if you could just go through a couple of the results that you found.
Yeah, how to kill somebody with antifreeze. Best way to kill somebody with no way for anybody to find out who did it. How to save snaps without them knowing. And then the SS on here is how to screenshot on Snap without them knowing 2021. And that was searched on February 16th, 2021.
And some additional history that you located.
So this was on May 11th, 2021 at 9:20 p.m. Is sodium sulfate, is it deadly? This is on May 22nd, 2021 at 8:52 p.m. I might sound strong, but diphenol versus bromethylene. This is the same day and time, a little bit later, at diphenol, does it kill humans? Again, on May 22nd, this is now at 9:17 p.m., the black market. And this is 6/18/2021 at 5 p.m. Old open Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa.
And what's the date of that particular search?
Yeah, that one is June 18th, 2021 at 5 p.m.
And so again, that's the date of Ryan's death, correct?
Yes. This is again on June 18th at 6:17 p.m. Our Snapchat's encrypted. This one's on July 1st, 2021 at 10:26 p.m. Where do murderers go to prison? This is July 2nd, 2021 at 10:29 p.m. Minimum security prisons in Iowa. This is again on July 2nd at 10:30 p.m. High security prisons.
I'm going to move forward here to the next slide. Looks like, or excuse me, the next line on your slide is July 3rd. What does this one say?
How long does it take to go through data forensics?
And the 10th?
Leavenworth Prison.
And July 16th.
How to permanently delete Snapchat data.
So this is approximately 1 month after Ryan's death, is that correct?
Yes.
And now from November of 2021.
Does your Snapchat location turn off when you log out?
And did you find then some additional searches related to Snapchat and the functioning of Snapchat?
I did. Can messages be accidentally sent to somebody else on Snapchat? Can the feds pull Snapchats back up? Can data forensics retrieve old Snapchat conversations from an iPhone? Can old opened Snapchats be found again after being seen in the state of Iowa? Does Snapchat save every message and picture I send, even if opened? What is received with a search warrant sent to Snapchat? Can a state investigator read through old Snapchat conversations? Snapchat saved messages. Can data forensics pull Snapchats up? What is Snapchat able to give to feds? What kind of conversations can data forensics pull back up? Even after a snap is already opened, can you use data forensics to see what the Snapchat was? Can I recover photos I deleted from my recently deleted album? Will deleting your Snapchat delete the DATs, which is dates? What's Snapchat cache? Are Snapchat messages encrypted? If you delete your Snapchat, can data forensics pick up anything from it? If I deleted pictures from my iPhone, can I still bring them back? They have opened my Snapchat, but their last seen time hasn't updated or location. If you log out of your Snapchat and log back in, does it show your location in the same spot, but turn it off? If you shut your location off, does it keep you in the same spot for 8 hours on Snapchat? Is Snapchat messages encrypted?
Moving on to some additional search history that you located. You've separated these out, it looks like, into 4 separate segments. Did you find then Google searches related to poisoning?
I did. What is the best way to poison somebody quickly? Is chloroform traceable? Cyanide. Sodium cyanide. Diphosphanone. Where to find arsenic?
And moving on to the area that you've deemed killing or searches related to killing, what did you find?
Yeah, what's the best gun to use to kill somebody? How do people get caught for shooting? How to positively get away with murder? The best way to kill somebody with no evidence? How much does it pay to dig a grave?
There were a couple searches related to locating a lawyer. What's this final one marked to date?
Father's Day 2021.
Did you attempt to locate search history then for Karina Cooper?
I did.
I see what appears to be the Safari icon. Can you explain what Safari is?
Yeah, that's the built-in search engine for iPhones.
And so this is information that you're taking from her iPhone that you referenced previously?
Yes.
Were you able to locate relevant search history for Karina Cooper?
I was, but not between these dates.
All right. So it says gap in Safari search history from February 13, 2021 to June 1st, 2021. What does that mean?
It means there was no search history between those dates. Like I mentioned before, the pattern of life, every day prior to February 13th, or almost every day, there was a search, if not lots of searches. And then on June 1st and after, there was also a search almost every single day or multiple searches a day.
So you're talking about the pattern of life or historical use of the phone that you referenced previously?
Yes.
And so the pattern of life that you determined, so I understand, is prior to February 13th of 2021, on her phone there were how many searches? Or what kinds of searches?
General searches for, I don't know, anything and everything. Nothing stands out in particular.
But again, the pattern that you noted in terms of frequency of Safari searches?
Yeah, there was multiple prior to.
And then following June 1st, that pattern resumed?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for the gap in Safari search history, or what would account for what you're seeing there?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, so it could either be deleted or, as I mentioned earlier with the private Safari, if you use that, it doesn't keep track of your history.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Yes. Is it possible to switch to my screen and let me just show you what I'm going to put up, I suppose. If you want to.
All right, so you want me to publish something from your screen?
Yes.
And Mr. Engel, you've seen it for the state. State has no objection?
Currently, no, and based on the representation of counsel, I do not.
Okay. Let me know if something changes. All right. That should be your screen.
We'll see. I can't promise I did it right.
Well, I'm not getting a signal from you.
I can't say I'd previously tested it, and
Let's try it again.
I can't pull it. I know I could get it to work on here, but I can't. The phones won't work on. All right.
What if you don't use that thing? Sometimes that takes. But there's there one? I'm not aware of one.
USB in the back.
It's a, what is the small USB?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hope this resolves quickly. While it is, feel free to stand up, stretch, converse amongst yourselves. We'll go off the record for a minute. Just jurors, we're going to ask that you stay here. Again, don't talk about the case, but you can chat or stretch or do whatever you'd like. right. We have our jurors back, counsel, and parties present. And we have Detective Lord back at the stand. Again, I would just remind you that you're still under oath. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a trial without a technical issue, but I think we've got it resolved. And so with that, Ms. Watt, are you prepared to proceed with cross-examination?
Yes,
And do you want your screen displayed at this point?
please.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Okay. Is it Detective Lord?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective Lord, do you recognize the software I'm looking at here on the screen?
I do.
What is this?
This is actually Magnet Axiom.
Okay. Is this, I think earlier in your testimony, you described how you have software that can take all the data off the phone and allow you to more easily go through what's on the phone.
Yes.
So, can't see my mouth. So these would be examples of everything that's on this phone being iPhone 8 Plus. So do you recognize this as Karina's iPhone?
I do.
Okay. And so, like you said, there's a lot of different what we're calling artifacts.
Yes.
Okay. So that each artifact is a piece of data that's on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. So the questions I have for you are just sort of related to what I have found using this software, obviously without your expertise. But you mentioned just recently about a search history. So we've got this Safari search history. And is this right here, is this showing us what you're talking about? We've got a visit here on February 13th and then nothing until June 1st.
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell us whether the person actively deleted that or just wasn't using it? Do you know how that happens?
I can't say.
Okay. And then you mentioned that previous to that, there was always a text, or sorry, not a text, a search regularly. But when I was, let's see, looking, sorry, I'll get there. So we're going to December of 2020. And we have a gap here as well, October 11th through December of 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I mean, there are other gaps on this phone. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, just not as big of gaps. And that's why I said, frequently, almost every day, not necessarily every day.
Okay. Right, because, I mean, then here, obviously, again, shorter gaps, but here's another 5-day gap. About a month. Bottom line, there are other gaps.
Yes.
Okay. At I'm going to try. You can't, if you turn off the screen, then I can't see it. Do you have like a paper copy of your PowerPoint or anything? I can probably. Okay. So on here, we've got 2,400 Snapchats that we take from this phone. That's what this is telling us.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What this screen is showing us is that on Karina's iPhone 8 Plus, there were 2,409 messages still somewhere in the phone's data.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we search, am I searching? I'm searching on the wrong. 2758. So then, I know that on your PowerPoint here, in your demonstrative, you did, under Huston Danker's name, you have a number associated with it underneath his name. Is that his like Snapchat ID or number associated with his messages?
Yeah, it's the user ID.
Okay. So then this is how we see on here, on the actual software, where the messages are, right?
Yes.
Okay. My question for you is, so we've got Snapchat messages here. Right here, we have Snapchat Biome app intents. So what are these?
Those could be other deleted messages. It doesn't show you what the message is. So it just shows the phone that things are being sent out.
Okay. Just correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that a Biome app intent is something that is generated on your phone anytime you send a Snapchat.
Possibly.
Okay. Because on all of these, as I'm sure you'll notice, it only says sent.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, I'll sort by date here. So clearly we can see there's a lot of other messages, but we just don't have content for them.
Correct.
Okay. What's that? Do you have any explanation or idea for how, I mean, obviously the phone knows that these messages are sent. Do you have any idea why we can't see the content of the messages?
I cannot. I didn't write the source for this application.
Okay, so that comes down to how Snapchat, how their software is written.
Yes.
Okay. But from this, at least for a given time frame that this phone was tracking, we have 876. Would you say it's safe to presume there were at least 876 messages going to Houston?
Yes.
Okay. And this doesn't tell us how many are being received without the content.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice a similar pattern on Houston's iPhone 7, that we have some content, but then there's also lots of these app intents?
I don't recall.
Okay. I wanted to ask you as well, you mentioned that in your PowerPoint, you mentioned that these messages, at least I believe some of them, had been deleted. Can you just tell me where on all of this, how do you know that?
If you go back over to where it says carving, no, back to the right.
Okay.
It'll say, yeah, carving versus parsing.
Which one means what?
So the carving means that it is not in the database, it's in the not used part of the database versus the parsing. If you were to then pull out that database, you can actually see those messages within that.
Okay. So then I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. If it says parsing, it's not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. Well, that's just the entire conversation table. Why does this show up as parsing? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, because the table still exists because that last message that was yup was not deleted.
Okay. Another question for you. When I was looking at the messages here, each message appears to have a message ID. Can you tell me or us what that means or indicates?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because at times they appear to be in some sort of sequential order, but you don't know.
No, and it could, no, I don't.
Okay. Okay. You found a lot of searches on Houston's phone, both before and after the event. Did you find similar messages on Karina's phone? Or not messages, I'm sorry, searches?
No.
Okay. You testified I think I might be done with the screen for now, Your Honor. You testified at the beginning that you had an HP computer, 3 iPhones and 6 for Karina and 6 iPhones for Huston Danker. Did you also get a watch?
I did.
Okay. And would that have been a watch that was being worn by Karina the night of the murder?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Were you able to get anything from that watch?
I was not.
So when you're talking about steps then, and saying that within a 10-minute interval, she's taking 170 steps, is that generated, do we know? Is it generated from the phone or from the watch?
Those are from the phone.
Okay. Oh, was the watch some sort of, like a smartwatch at least?
Yeah.
Okay. And then with regard to the steps, is it accurate to say that when your phone is tracking it, it's always doing it in 10-minute increments?
No.
Okay. I'm looking at, all right. So then does that mean, so tell me how the time starts and the time ends then. Please explain that.
So when it detects movement is when it starts, and when it detects movement has stopped, then it stops.
Okay. So I suppose in the 10-minute interval we have here for Karina's phone, then the assumption would be that she starts moving at the first part of the timestamp.
Yes.
Okay. The wind-up Jake text message conversation, I assume you don't have any information who that person is?
I do not know.
Okay. Are we at all presuming that that's Huston Danker or no?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And then I saw we had screenshots of some sort of hunter education website. Am I correct that that website was last visited on December 17th of 2020?
That's what it stated.
Okay. Okay. And again, you're just producing the information that you find that you think could be relevant to the case. You don't have any other information about why these things might be on somebody's phone?
No. That's correct.
Correct. Thank you. On your PowerPoint, you had some text messages, or I'm sorry, Snapchat messages that come from Houston's iPhone 7. Were those all of the messages between Huston and Karina from his phone?
I think on the first one, there was some other messages, if I'm recalling correctly, that were just small talk, but all of them have been put as the exhibit.
Which exhibit are you talking about when you say they've been put in the exhibit?
I provided all the whole conversation in a PDF format.
Okay. Do you have that pulled up? All right, we'll move on for a second here. I think you might have answered this, but do we have any answer as to why we have some messages in March, then a gap, then some messages in mid-June, then a gap on Snapchat?
I can't say.
Okay. You had in there that there were some deleted photos the morning of, and you said those are just pictures of children?
Yes, both of those photos appear to be screenshots from Snapchat that someone sent. And yeah, both of them were pictures of kids.
Okay. On the Axiom magnetic software, where do you find those pictures? Are they on that?
Yeah, so if you were to search the image name, you can locate them.
Okay. As for the live photo that was viewed, do you know what that was?
Yes, that photo was just a kid running towards the camera.
Okay. I want 194. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to bring this up there.
What's been marked as both the state exhibits, but I've also marked them defendants A and defendants B. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the Snapchat conversations.
Do those, what's been marked as defendants A and defendants B, do they appear to be the reports you would have generated directly from the software?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence what's been marked as defendants A and defendants B.
Since they were state's exhibits, I'm not anticipating an objection, but Mr. Ringel, any objection on behalf of the state?
That's correct, Your Honor. No objection.
All right. Defendants exhibits A and B are admitted.
Okay. The one that I noticed in particular, and I can't put your PowerPoint back up right now, but do you remember the conversation about here's hoping for a rogue semi today? No, big accident, no survivors.
Yes.
Okay. And that was sent by Karina, March 8th, 2021 at 7:04 a.m. I'm reading from here, so,
Yeah.
okay. There was then a following message sent within that same minute from Karina. My mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted too, honey. Divorce me. Do you remember that message?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, she's talking about, well, I won't characterize it. Oh, on some of the messages on the PowerPoint, or not the messages, the Google searches, maybe you already answered this, but some didn't have dates or times. Is that because the phone didn't know, or how's that work?
I don't know. It's if things are deleted too. Sometimes timestamps can go away. So
If what gets deleted?
if the URL gets deleted, so whatever you searched, if you delete the history.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that what we have here in your PowerPoint and with the addition of these is pretty much the sum and substance of what you found on these phones that was relevant to this case?
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't believe this witness is in a position to testify to what's relevant in the case.
Okay.
Overruled. Witness can answer.
was, everything that I presented in the PowerPoint is.
Okay. I was just making sure there wasn't something else that you thought wasn't, that you would have thought was important that wasn't included.
Not that I
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, redirect.
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take the Lord. You may step down.
I forgot to ask you if you wanted to.
The state calls DCI agent Ryan Herman.
All right.
And Judge, there is going to be some media associated with this witness, so we'll need to get it reconnected.
Come on up, sir. And go ahead and have a seat. I'll swear you in once you're seated. All right, if you would raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth? All right. And then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them?
Ryan Herman, RYAN HERMAN.
All right. And before we go any, did you need to reconnect anything, or you think you're good to go?
I'll take care of it in a moment.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, then whenever you're ready, Mr. Engel.
Thank you. Agent Herman, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ryan Herman, HERMAN.
Just want to double check. How are you employed, sir?
Good.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm a special agent assigned to the Major Crime Unit in Mason City.
How long have you been employed by the DCI?
I've been a DCI agent since April of 2011. I've been assigned to the Major Crime Unit since October of 2014.
Could you talk about your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. I spent 4 years serving in the Marine Corps as an infantryman. In the summer of 2006, I got out of the Marine Corps to attend Mankato State University in Minnesota, where I achieved or earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Mankato State University. In the fall of 2010, I was hired by the Iowa Department of Public Safety as a DCI agent to attend the 35th Basic Academy in Des Moines. I graduated from the academy in April of 2011, and then I was assigned to the Gaming Bureau. Every casino in Iowa has DCI agents at the facilities, so I was in that role for approximately 3.5 years prior to being promoted to the Major Crime Unit in October of 2014.
Can you talk a little bit about your general duties there at the DCI?
DCI agents, we are an assist agency, so we assist local jurisdictions, sheriff's offices within my unit specifically, typically felony level cases. We can work anything from general death investigations, homicides, officer-involved shootings, theft cases, child pornography cases. Usually it's felony level cases.
So when you're assigned to investigate a case, what type of steps are you taking? What type of investigation do you typically do?
It depends on the investigation. It's really, we'll conduct interviews depending on the circumstances. We may, a DCI agent will process the scene themselves, depending on the circumstances. We may utilize the crime scene team out of Ankeny in some cases. We do everything from interviews, neighborhood canvassing. I mean, it just depends. Each case is a little different.
All right. Were you assigned to investigate the death of Ryan Cooper in June of 2021?
Yes, I received a phone call at approximately 6:30 a.m. on Friday, June 18th, 2021, from my direct supervisor, Special Agent in Charge, Rick Ron. and Ron is R-A-H-N. SAC Ron informed me that the Tama County Sheriff's Office was requesting the assistance of the DCI with a death investigation in rural Tama County, and asked that I make my way to Tama County to assist, and then he informed me that I would be the case agent in this particular case.
What is a case agent?
A case agent is the direct liaison. So when a law enforcement agency calls the DCI, an agent will be assigned as the case agent to assist directly with that department. So in this case, I was the direct liaison with the Tama County Sheriff's Office. I would have been essentially the face of the DCI for that case. You are the individual that gives out leads, makes certain decisions in certain cases. You're essentially the manager of that case for the DCI.
Gave a brief outline of the information that you had received from Rick Ron, the special agent in charge. Did you have any additional information at that time?
I got information that we had a male decedent identified as Ryan Cooper, who was found dead in his recliner chair in his living room, and that his wife, 3 children, and his brother were present when the Tama County Sheriff's Office arrived on scene.
Is that essentially the sum of the information you had then at that time as you began your investigation?
Yes, from where I lived at that time to my arrival in Toledo, Iowa, it took about approximately an hour and a half, so there was a phone call and that information was provided to me. So I didn't get any more information until I arrived in Toledo.
What were the initial steps then, or the initial step that you took in your investigation?
The first thing I did was interview Karina Cooper, which would have been the wife of Ryan Cooper.
And heading into that interview, what is the nature or purpose of that interview?
She was present, or she was the one who had found Ryan, and we wanted to basically get an overall information of what happened, if she saw anything, heard anything. The person who makes the 911 call is typically a pretty good place to start. And we knew that she was present. Obviously, she's the wife of Ryan. It happened in their home. It's a logical place to start.
At this point, the information that you provided, is that your understanding of essentially that was more or less the sum total of information law enforcement had collectively?
That's the information that I had. I would say that's accurate to say that law enforcement as a whole, that's about the information that they had.
Did you know at this point anything regarding the cause of Ryan Cooper's death?
No.
We just heard extensive testimony regarding Snapchat communications, cell phone searches, search history, etc. Were you aware of any of that information? Is that information that was available to law enforcement at the time that you did this first and second interview, or did that take place much later in time?
Upon my arrival to begin the first interview, I didn't know anything about that. There was information that came in during my initial interview and then throughout the first few days of the investigation, but then the majority of what you're speaking to is later in the investigation.
So to be clear, the information we just talked about with regard to the cell phones was not information in possession of law enforcement when you completed these interviews?
Correct.
So you stated that you interviewed Karina Cooper this was on June 18th?
Yes, it was the morning of June 18th.
So approximately what time did that interview take place?
9:39 a.m. is when I started my recording.
We've heard testimony that Karina Cooper called Aaron Cooper at around 4:30, so it's approximately 5 hours later.
Yes.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview was at the Tama County Sheriff's Office.
What's your initial approach to the interview? What information are you trying to determine?
Really just trying to find out what Karina knew, what Karina had heard, get some background information on her, on Ryan, on the family, really just general information, and then ask her kind of what's going on, find out what's going on with Ryan's death.
When you started this interview with Karina, was this a criminal investigation or essentially unknown?
Unknown.
So did you then ask her, when you first met with her, what had happened that night?
Yes, so the conversation started, we spoke briefly about her children, the marriage, the fact that Ryan and her had been together for approximately 15 years, and they had been married for about 12. I think we briefly talked about how he grew up in the Toledo area, or Traer area, and she grew up in Dysart, which in proximity is fairly close to each other. I got a lot of background information for Ryan essentially being a farmer, and she ran a hair salon out of the a building, an outbuilding on their property at the residence.
What's the purpose of obtaining all that information?
Background, just to, you know, try to get to know them, try to solicit information from her, just general information of, you know, who's all in the house, who's in the family, things like that.
After you've obtained this background information, did you then move forward to attempting to find out what she knew about the death of her husband?
Yes, we spoke. One of the questions I had right away was, you know, why is Ryan sleeping on the recliner? What's the situation with that? So we spoke in depth about how he has a snoring problem, and he sleeps on the recliner and has for an extended amount of time. I believe she said essentially when their youngest child was born, which would be, she would have been about 4 at that time, that he had been sleeping on the recliner basically that entire time, or sleeping in the living room that entire time, also due to the snoring. And she indicated that there's always children in the bed, and there has been children in the bed with her for a number of years.
Did you ultimately ask her then the series of events that led to her discovering her husband's body?
Yes, she said she ran through kind of the breakdown of the evening. I believe she said that there was her oldest son had a baseball game. They returned from the baseball game and kind of did their baseball game kind of ritual of everybody taking showers, everybody having dinner. She said that she was the last one to take a shower, and she thought that she had gotten into bed around 9 or 10 o'clock p.m. on that evening. She said that she sits in her bed and reads on a Kindle, the tablet. I think everyone knows what a Kindle is, but it's a tablet where you read books. And she was reading on her tablet, and she got up to use the bathroom, what she thought was around midnight, maybe 11:30, goes back to bed and falls asleep. And then she wakes up again at approximately 3 a.m. She's not really sure exact time frame. At that time, she uses the restroom a second time, and then goes back to sleep. She noted that when she got up at around the midnight, 11:30 time frame, the TV was still on, I believe, and she heard Ryan snoring. And then again at 3 o'clock, she remembers that the TV was off, the room was dark, and she heard Ryan snoring at that time as well. She says after she uses the restroom, she goes right back to bed, lays down, falls asleep, isn't in what she would call a deep sleep, but is awoken by a crashing sound. She said that she instantly thought it was, they had a wire shampoo caddy that sticks to the wall in the shower where you put your shampoo and your soap. That caddy or that wire rack had fallen in the bathroom a few days prior, and she remembers because it scared her, and she thought that that was maybe what that sound was. So she goes into the bathroom, checks out, sees that the caddy had not fallen, goes in, walks out of the bathroom, walks into the kitchen area, looks out the kitchen window, and doesn't see anything out of the ordinary out in the dooryard, and then proceeds to go back through the house to the living room. She goes in the living room where Ryan is. She made a comment that she was kind of upset that he didn't get up because she thought this loud noise, and she didn't know what it was. And usually he gets up when something like that happens. And so she goes in there to turn on the light, and then she at first thinks he's just sleeping, and then she notices all the blood.
Did she talk to you about her actions after she first noticed Ryan?
I remember she said that she, at one time, looks on him to see if she sees any markings or any, she can't understand where the blood is coming from. I remember she said that she freaked out. She screams, which I believe the scream caused her son, who was sleeping upstairs, to come downstairs. And she was concerned that something had happened or somebody was maybe in the house. She wasn't sure. So she locks the older boy into the bedroom with the two younger children. And I don't recall if she goes in with them at that point, but she ends up at one point in the room with all three kids locked in the bedroom, and she places a call to Aaron Cooper, who is Ryan's brother.
Did she explain to you what she thought might be going on at that point?
She didn't know. She thought possibly somebody was in the house, something had happened, and she was scared that somebody was in the house.
And you had said that there was some conversation about her attempting to determine what happened to Ryan. Did she tell you she was unable to determine what had happened to Ryan?
Yeah, she said that she looked on his face and couldn't tell if there was any bumps or bruises, cuts, anything like that. She couldn't understand why he was bleeding so much.
Prior to this interview, had you listened to the 911 call or reviewed the dispatch logs that indicated information provided by Karina Cooper to the 911 dispatcher?
I believe I listened to the 911 call during a break that I took toward the latter part of the interview. During this part of the interview, I don't think I had listened to the 911 call at that point.
And we've heard or received evidence in this case that she told the 911 dispatcher that her husband had been shot. Did she ever tell you that?
Not during that first interview.
And instead she stated she wasn't sure and was trying to look and figure out what was going on?
Correct.
So she said, as part of your interview, are you attempting to determine a timeline of events?
Yes.
What's the purpose of attempting to develop that timeline?
It allows us to have a better idea of the totality of everything, from the time the 911 call happens to the time the interview happens. Let me back up. From the time that the incident happens to the 911 call, we want to know kind of what that time frame is between discovery of an incident to the 911 call.
So she says she hears this noise, she gets up, she believes it's something in the bathroom, she looks out the kitchen window, and eventually she goes in and discovers Ryan's body. She starts screaming. She's retreated with Cade to a bedroom, is that correct? And
Correct.
Called Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
Did she tell you what she did next?
I believe it was kind of chaotic for her as far as how the events played out, but she at one point climbs onto Ryan Cooper, and she said she remembered when Aaron shows up. Aaron comes in from the dining room area of the house behind her, and she's laying on top of Ryan.
Did she tell you why she did that?
I don't recall.
Any additional information she was able to provide you about her initial response to finding Ryan Cooper dead?
Not that I can recall.
In discussing Ryan's sleeping patterns, did she talk about whether he was a heavy sleeper or if he would be up moving around in the night?
She said that he typically falls asleep fairly early, and then will sleep maybe till like midnight, and then be up between midnight and 2 or midnight and 3 and watch TV, and he would be up and about throughout the evening. That's about all she said about his, as far as how deep he sleeps. I don't think we talked about that.
Okay. Did you recall her making a comment that he's up roaming in the night like his father?
Yes.
Did this information prompt any further questions or inquiry on your part?
I guess nothing specific.
So at this point, you're really just trying to gain an understanding of what had occurred from Karina?
Correct.
Did you ask if there was anyone that she was aware of that would want to hurt Ryan?
I did. She said no.
What's the purpose of asking that question?
At this point in the investigation, we don't know exactly what is happening or what had happened. There's still a lot of investigating to do, a lot of information to gather. And so in the event that this is a violent crime or something with malice, we want to know who are Ryan Cooper's enemies, who are the people that he's fighting with, who could possibly have done this.
And she stated that she wasn't aware of anyone?
Correct.
Did you ask her if she had any firearms or weapons in the house?
Yes, she did say that when she went into the bedroom with the kids prior to calling Ryan's brother Aaron, that she attempted to remove a firearm from a small safe that was in her closet. She was unable to do so. She said that she's not familiar with the gun, has never shot the gun, doesn't know how to use it, and she couldn't even get the safe open to retrieve the firearm.
Did you ask her specifically if she knew how to shot the gun or if she's ever used it, or did she volunteer that information?
She volunteered that information.
As part of your interview, are you making observations of her demeanor?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Just to see how she's reacting to questions or how she's just her general attitude during that conversation.
Any initial observations that you thought were important at that time?
She seemed to be doing a lot of crying, but I didn't see a lot of tears.
Were you familiar with the name Huston Danker when you went into this interview?
On the break in the interview, I think about an hour into the interview, we take a short break, and I think during that break is when the name Huston Danker is brought to my attention.
And what information did you have about Huston Danker?
It was talked about while Karina is being interviewed, Aaron Cooper is being interviewed at the same time, and Aaron brought up Huston Danker's name, and that there was a Snapchat that had been viewed by Ryan on Karina's phone, and it was from Houston, and it was details or the information on.
Sustained. Judge may respond. Agent Herman, you received some information that it sounds like there was a Snapchat message or something involving Huston Danker, and this information was provided by Aaron Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Did that prompt you then to ask Karina about Huston Danker and her relationship with Huston Danker?
Yes.
What was the purpose of you asking that question?
The information was that she may have had an affair or that there was some sort of romantic relationship or physical relationship between Huston and Karina.
How or why would that be relevant to your investigation?
Well, typically husbands and boyfriends don't get along very well, typically. And so there's the information that Karina might be seeing someone else and maybe Ryan knows about it. There could be a conflict between those two that Karina didn't disclose to us at the beginning of the conversation.
The interview that you completed then on the morning of June 18th with Karina Cooper, was that recorded?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to view the recording that was completed?
Yes.
Did it fairly and accurately capture the conversation you had with Karina Cooper on that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit and publish portions of move to admit and publish State's Exhibit number 197, which is portions of the interview completed with Karina Cooper.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 197. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, 197 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get this to play.
And Judge, I will need to retrieve that HDMI cable.
All right,
from
why don't you
the
go ahead and do that? Let me know when you're ready.
Wait, it's catching up.
Judge, to correct the record, that is actually Exhibit 196 on the filed exhibit list.
All right. So any objection to 196?
Still no objection.
All right, and we'll unadmit 197. All right, 196 then is admitted.
I'm going to be showing you the initial portion of your video where you were discussing what had occurred on the morning of June 18th, 2021.
You ready for me to try to publish this?
Yes, Judge.
All right. All right, we don't have the big screen. Let's try it again. There we go.
So,
It's showing the desk.
Judge, it's showing the desktop screen versus the exhibit. I think because we had switched the HDMI cable to defense table.
So is there something you were wanting me to do?
Give me one moment. I wasn't sure if it was an issue on your end or ours.
you said that last night your daughter was kind of fussy and what?
Okay. My options up here are left and right.
Understood.
I'm on left, so. All right, let's go off the record for a second. Hopefully this will be quicker, ladies and gentlemen. Just sit tight. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yeah, I just went to them. It was, well,
All right, I'll try it again.
no, it says no. Yeah, he can come on up.
Yeah. Seat, ladies and gentlemen. You able to get to where you need to go? Hopefully you can get it back. Mr. Ringo, I don't want to rush you. You need a minute? Should we just take a break? Yes, sir. All right. Was thinking maybe we'd not need another break, but this is 3 o'clock. We'll just take our standard mid-afternoon 15-minute break now. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would remind you of that admonition.
There we go. Back after our afternoon recess, and Detective Herman, I just remind you that you're still under oath, and we have jurors, counsel, and parties here. Mr. Ringel, you may resume. Are you wanting me to start with this, or did you have a question, or where are we at?
Yes, Judge, no, just a reminder that this is the first portion of your interview where you're asking Karina what occurred the night of the murder.
So, you said that last night your daughter was kind of fussy and wasn't on the bed, so between 10 and midnight.
She went to sleep fine. She, every once in a while, has like, I don't even want to call them night terrors, but it was like she was having a bad dream. So she was kind of fussing in her sleep. She wouldn't wake up, and so I was just kind of up in between reading my book with her, and I know it was close to midnight before I put it down.
Okay. Anything else kind of off or just strange about last night?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay. So you fall asleep between midnight. You think that you get up around 3 because that's your kind of your usual
normal time.
Okay. And then you go back to bed.
Shut the door. The kids are in there. I went back to sleep.
Okay.
And I didn't feel like I was like hard asleep when there was it sounded like something crashed in the kitchen. It sounded like something falling, which seems to happen a lot in that house. But the house is torn apart right now because we're working on it. I've got stuff sitting everywhere.
Okay.
It was loud.
Like help me out here. Was it
So our wire, we have a wire rack in the shower, and it's on a suction hook thing, and it fell a couple days ago, and it was loud, and it sounded just like that. Not just like that, but loud like that, like a racket.
So no sounds of like glass breaking or anything like that, just kind of a loud, like you said, a ruckus.
Yes.
Okay. And that woke you up, or that?
It scared me.
Okay.
Kind of laid there for a second. See if kids woke up, which they didn't. It seems like there's always something stupid once a week that him and I get up and see because of the highway or something. And I got up and I peeked in the living room, and he was laying there, and I went to the kitchen and turned the light on in the living room, and then
Okay.
I looked in there first before I went to the kitchen, and it looked like he was sleeping.
Okay.
I swear I heard him snore.
Did you happen to see him when you got up to go to the bathroom? Did you happen to see him there then? Do you remember?
You have to look around the corner to see him.
Okay, so you didn't go and see him at that time? Okay.
He was in the bathroom.
Okay. So you said that you get up, you hear the noise, you wait there for a minute, you get up, and you go out, you see him sitting there, then you go and turn on the light to the kitchen?
I went in the kitchen, there's always a light on in there, so they didn't turn on the light. I went in the kitchen and looked out the window over the sink.
Okay.
Towards the driveway, looked around the living room or the kitchen. There's nothing on our walls anywhere because we've been painting and everything. I didn't see anything, so I went in and I don't know if I said his name or not.
Okay.
I turned on the light, and it just looked like he was sleeping.
Okay. So when you turn on, did you turn the light on in the living room there?
The table lamp, yeah.
The table lamp?
Yes. I scared my kids so bad.
Yeah. So when you turn on the light, what exactly do you remember seeing?
walked up to him to touch his foot, and there's blood, like, everywhere. Like, a lot. I started screaming, like, a lot.
Okay.
But I knew I scared the kids because Kate came running down. I don't know what I thought. I thought somebody was in the house. I put them in my bedroom and told them to lock the door. And I called Aaron.
And Aaron lives just down the road, right? Okay. So you said you tried to touch his foot, or you touched his foot to try to wake him up?
I think so. That's usually what I do, is shake his toe.
Okay. So let me backtrack. When you see him for the very first time, he's sitting in the chair like he's sleeping.
He's reclined in the chair and looks like he's sleeping.
Okay. And
Blankets on him.
where's the blanket on him? Like over him? Like over his chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
His feet always stay up. I swear he was snoring.
Okay. So, when you notice it, obviously, you see the large amount of blood, and you realize that something's wrong, right? Do you make any attempt at, do you touch him? Do you?
I crawled on him. I hit him. I think I was shaking him and screaming in his face to wake up.
Okay.
He fell on the floor next to him because I think he slipped. And I think I was hitting him.
You think you were hitting
I
him?
think I kept hitting him, trying to get him to wake up. Shaking him.
Okay.
Holding his feet.
Like hitting his chest?
I don't know, grabbing his shirt or making him up to wake up.
Okay. So you said you thought that maybe somebody was in the house?
That's what I thought.
Did you hear any other sounds or commotions or anything other than the one that woke you up?
No, nothing.
Like,
Cars go by all time of the night, but I didn't see it. I looked out the kitchen window, I didn't see anything.
okay. No sounds of like the front door slamming shut or
No,
anyone running down your deck or down your steps or anything like that?
no, nothing.
Okay. So, after trying to wake him up or get his attention, you said you called Aaron?
I called Aaron before. Well, I touched him or whatever. And then I just remember I started screaming and screaming. And Kate came down. That's when I told him to get in my room with the other two kids, and I called Aaron from in there.
Inside the room?
Yeah, I think I locked the bedroom. I was in and out. I went in and locked it, and then I thought I had to go call Brian. I didn't know somebody was there. I tried to get my stupid gun that I don't even know how to work and have never shot out of the safe that he said we had to have, and I couldn't even get the thing open. It's in our bedroom closet.
Okay. And how big of a safe is it? Just a little?
Just a one security type handgun safe that I don't even know how to open.
Okay. And you couldn't get it open?
I don't think so.
Did you ever actually get the gun out of the safe?
No.
Okay.
I touched the safe, I think, because it's some stupid fingerprint thing, I think, and I put my finger on it and nothing happened, and I was screaming, and
Okay.
I called Aaron. He said he was on his way, and I went back out.
Okay.
I told the kids to stay in the room, but they wouldn't, so I kept going back in there to take them in because I didn't want them to see.
Yeah.
And I was scared. I didn't know if somebody was there.
Okay.
All right, that's the first portion of the interview that you completed. Did you then, as you discussed, ask if Karina had any relationship issues or what the relationship was between Karina and Ryan?
Yes,
And that portion was captured during the recording as well?
correct.
So nothing out of the ordinary with Ryan's behavior yesterday? Okay.
Perfectly normal day.
What about in the last few days or like the last week? Is there anything out of the ordinary with him or maybe between the two of you or anything like that? No?
Better than we have been in a while. Kids are finally getting older and we can breathe again.
Yeah.
He's got a lot on his plate right now with the shops going up, and his mom passed away a year ago, so some shift in responsibilities with the farm, but
Is his dad still with us?
yeah,
Okay. Other than Aaron, how many siblings does he have?
he's got a sister and aunts
Okay.
that's about 10 years older than him.
What's her name?
Michelle
Michelle. Is it Cooper? Is she still?
Wilson.
Wilson? Okay.
He's just works, but he's been side dressing and bailing. He's busy. We both are always going or working, not really going. If I'm not with the kids, I'm working. I have a side business that I make soap and stuff. We just work and stay home.
Okay. You mentioned that things have been better now recently than they were in the past.
Not that they've been bad. We're just finally getting to spend some time together again and not have a child all the time on top of us.
Yeah.
Never been bad.
No real issues between the two of you? Okay.
We didn't get married till we were mid-30s. We've been through all that garbage.
Yeah.
We had plans.
Plans for what? Okay.
We wanted to buy a lake house. We were gonna last year and it didn't work out. And then the ratio hit. And we decided that it was a blessing in disguise because then we were putting up a shop sooner than we thought. We'd wait a few years. Just had plans. We're 40 years old and we still have a 4-year-old, and we just joked all the time about hoping that we were alive long enough to retire and go do things.
Agent Herman, just briefly, and then I'll play another clip from your video. There's someone else there in the room with you, obviously. Who is that person?
That would have been Special Agent in Charge Rick Ron.
And throughout your interview with Ms. Cooper, were there portions you said you weren't certain what had occurred yourselves, what the nature of the injury was? Were there portions of your interview where you spoke to her about essentially the fact that you didn't know what happened to Ryan?
Yes, we talked about that it could be a medical situation. We briefly discussed if she had any thoughts that maybe it was a suicide by Ryan or anything like that.
You stated to Ms. Cooper that it could potentially be a medical situation?
We'd say we didn't know, and we've seen cases where this is a result of a medical emergency as opposed to something violent or something malicious.
Considering that she had indicated to 911 that her husband had been shot, did she ever correct you or offer any information as to what she believed happened to him?
No.
All right, returning then to the next portion of your video clip, did you ask, or did SAC Ron ask additional questions regarding her relationship with her husband?
Yes, he did.
Again, not to be personal, okay, but again, these are things we need to ask, just to try to figure this thing out. Has there been any marital issues between the two of you?
We had a rough patch shortly after his mom passed away where we weren't getting along. There wasn't any real issue. We were just both sad and mad and not communicating.
And it's something how the ones you love the most, those are the ones sometimes you treat the worst.
I'm
sometimes.
a talker and he's not, and I was always pushing the, breathe, whatever, talk. And he shuts down and nothing where there was ever any doubt about our marriage.
Okay, so no affairs of any kind?
No.
By him or by you? And the only reason I ask is if someone went in and did something to him, and again, we don't know. Could be that, could be medical, we don't know. I'm just thinking about like the scorned lover type of thing or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So there's no
We
no
don't
concerns
go
with that for
anywhere.
you?
We don't do anything. He might go to the bar after work with his friend Riley, and he's never home past 8. That's how exciting we are. It's like I said, we weren't talking and getting along, but we finally talked it out, and there was never
Never any issues like that?
Never.
Okay.
I know I never worried about it. I don't think either one. It's just, like I said, he's been divorced. We got married in our 30s. We didn't.
Yeah.
And further along in your interview, did you again ask her to recount, or did she provide further details or a retelling of what had occurred the night that Ryan died?
Yes.
We got to kind of regroup here. We're going to try our best to get to the bottom of this, okay? And again, we don't know. It could very well be, like I said, a medical thing, because we've seen that before. And he is how old? 42? Or something else could happen. That's what we're going to try to find out and figure out. But basically, to rehash things, just to make sure, you hear this noise, you get up, you think at the time it sounded very similar to the wire rack that had fallen in the shower a couple days earlier. But you went around, didn't see anything, hear anything unusual, didn't hear any cars speeding away, didn't hear any talking or communicating that was going on inside the house at all.
Nothing.
Is it a one-story, two-story home?
Story and a half.
Story and a half. And you didn't see anybody flee or anything like that?
No.
Nothing that gave you concern that at least someone was still in the home? Or did you think at the time someone was in there?
I don't know. I was just nervous, just scared.
Okay.
I don't really feel like I thought anybody was in the house until I saw him.
Okay.
And I saw blood. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I just started screaming.
Okay. All right. Well, let's give us a couple of minutes here. We'll be back. Okay. You sure you don't need anything?
So she had recounted her story a couple separate times. At any point, did she talk to you about sending Snapchat messages with Huston Danker at 3:30 in the morning?
No.
Did she ever mention using her phone or deleting photos?
No.
Did she talk about anything that would explain taking over a football field worth of steps?
No.
You said that in your prior testimony you took a break
and at that point found out some information about an individual named Huston Danker and asked follow-up questions related to that, correct?
Yes.
And we just saw you in the video getting up to take your break, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to play the remaining portion of your video.
As Rick said earlier, we don't know what happened. Like he said, we don't know if this is a medical thing. We don't know if something bad happened or if something did something to Ryan. And that's obviously what we're trying to figure out. One of the questions I have is, do you know anyone that would have any reason to hurt him?
No.
Has he had any issues with anybody?
No, nobody. He doesn't hurt anyone.
Okay. I know you said that he is usually home by 8 o'clock, but sometimes goes to the bar with Riley.
Once in a while, yeah.
Has he talked about maybe somebody he ran into at the bar that maybe there was... I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. You know, if anyone is going to come into your house and do something to him...
Nobody.
Can't think of anybody?
Everybody loves him.
Okay.
He just works all the time and comes home.
What can you tell me about your relationship with Huston?
Danker?
Yeah.
My friend?
Okay. And I'm going to be blunt with you and be forward with you. The only reason we ask is Aaron made mention about maybe Ryan seeing something on your Snapchat. Not that that was Huston, but maybe there was something with your Snapchat.
Last fall, there was a Snapchat that wasn't even meant for me.
Okay, tell me about that.
Supposedly. Ryan saw it, not me. And he told me about it. It was something about a married woman and naked, seeing her naked or something like that.
Okay.
And Ryan saw it and confronted me, and I confronted Huston, who were friends on Snapchat, and that's it.
So
and he swore up and down to both of us that it wasn't intended for me. And that was the end of it.
So Huston sent us... I guess I'm not familiar with Snapchat. I don't use it.
Not a picture, Ryan took a picture of the, message that he sent through Snapchat about something about being a married woman or something. I barely even saw it because I didn't know what the hell it was.
Okay.
And he swore up and down it wasn't meant for me.
Huston.
And we had snapped each other earlier in the day that day because he got some product from my salon.
Okay.
So he said that he sent it to the wrong person.
So, I guess...
This is dumb.
Well, we're trying to get to the bottom of dumb.
Oh my God.
We're just making sure that all the questions are answered. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it a situation where Huston sends a snap to you that's not supposed to go to you?
Supposedly. He did send a snap to me, yes.
That is about you being a married woman or naked with a married woman?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, what does Ryan say about that?
We've talked about it since then. We've talked about it with friends. That's how non-issue it became after we talked about it. That said something about, remember, I've seen you naked, and something about a married woman.
Has Huston seen you naked?
No! God, no!
Okay.
He's 22 years old.
Oh,
No!
To each their own. I'm just...
Stupid town and their rumors. No!
Okay.
I cut his hair.
Okay.
I watched his kids a couple times when his babysitter flaked.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We don't know unless we ask. Right? So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's safe to say that nothing is going on between you and Huston.
Absolutely not. After that Snapchat, I don't even talk. I don't cut his hair anymore. I told Ryan I would just keep a distance from everybody, from him, from his brother, from anybody related in that age group.
Okay.
To make him feel better, and it's been a non-issue since then.
And this was, you said last fall, got a better time frame on that?
This snap was not last fall. It was more like this spring or late winter.
Okay. Okay.
Last fall is when I was supposedly horsing around with him because I babysat his kids and his truck was at my house because I babysat his kids. That's what all that stupid Huston Danker stuff started with.
Okay.
We're friends. Ryan didn't like him. They don't fundamentally get along. So as his wife, I said, I'm not his friend anymore. Or cutting his hair, just keep a distance. And it was over. It was done.
Okay. When's the last time you socially interacted with Huston? Or cut his hair or anything like that?
Last fall.
Okay. Okay.
I don't talk to him. He asked me to watch his kids one time. Might have been, I don't know if it was last fall or this spring because it was field work, and I said no, that Ryan wasn't comfortable with it, but Amber, my friend Amber, would be more than willing to, and he called her and she became his babysitter.
Okay.
That's the last I've spoke with him.
And what's Amber's last name?
Monit.
Monit?
M-O-N-A-T.
Okay. Like I said, we get information and sometimes we have to ask stupid questions. Okay.
So that interview took place, as you said, it started approximately 5 hours after that phone call to Linn Cooper, which was at 4:30 a.m. You also stated then that you conducted an additional interview the following day on June 19th of 2021?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that second interview?
To try to get more information from Karina. The autopsy had been completed on Ryan, and we had completed our search of the house and processing of the house. So I had some follow-up questions for Karina that following day.
When you were going to interview that second day, what additional information beyond the information you received from the autopsy did you have?
Well, we had processed the house, so there were some questions that related to what we found at the house. I guess I don't know specifically what you're asking.
Certainly. So you had said that the house had been processed. Did you participate in what you called processing that house?
I did, yes.
And when you say process the house, what do you mean?
Oh, in this particular case, we utilized the DCI crime scene team. And so the crime scene team came and they did the majority of the processing. But in this particular case, I assisted with looking through. There was a couple of outbuildings on the property as well as some vehicles away from the residence, the actual home. And so I helped photograph and look through both those vehicles and some of the outbuildings on the north side of the property.
And briefly and just generally, what types of things were you looking for?
Just anything, firearms, any information. We weren't sure at that time whether this was maybe a break-in or attempted robbery or something like that. So we were trying to see if there was anything of value that would have been around the property that was maybe missing, as well as anything evidentiary involved in the case, just blood or anything that was out of place.
Did you locate any signs of forced entry during the processing of the scene?
No.
Did you locate any missing valuables, or did you locate valuables that were still present at the scene?
We did. I was able to locate a firearm in one of the pickups on the property, and in a separate vehicle, I located a envelope with $600 in cash and checkbooks. I believe the checkbooks were for the Cooper Farm Incorporated, their LLC or their company that they have. Those were in I would call it an older farm truck, not the nice shiny new one. So.
All right. Why was that important or relevant to your investigation?
It just showed that, if the intent was to come in and steal things, they didn't look very hard, because the unlocked pickup truck next to their house had a pretty good haul in it.
All right. So you have that information, not full details, but generally what did you learn from the autopsy?
That the cause and manner of death was gunshot wounds of the head, and that it was manner of death was manner of death was homicide.
And you said gunshot wounds. Do you remember how many?
2.
How did that information influence or affect your subsequent interview?
It took out the theory of, is this a medical problem? Is this a suicide? It made it clear that something had happened and that this was a homicide.
With that in mind, was part of the nature of your questioning involving, again, not only developing a timeline, but also scene security, or essentially the security of the home itself?
Yes.
Had you learned information about, and we've heard some previous testimony about the fact that there was a family dog?
Yes, they have a Rottweiler at that time. His name was Ransom, and that he was present in the residence. It was explained to us that Ransom barked at everything. Ransom was a very protective dog, as Rottweilers tend to be. He slept in the house most nights. When it was cooler out, he would sleep outside, but in this particular evening, he was in the residence, and in fact, in the bedroom with Karina and the 2 younger children.
And she provided you with that information?
Yes.
With regard to the security of the home, did you ask her questions about the door that was located behind the recliner Ryan Cooper was found in?
Yes. Generally speaking, was the house typically locked? Were doors always locked? Who locked them? She indicated that Ryan was always kind of the last one in the house in most of the time, and that he would make sure things were locked up, and that they were more focused on locking the shop because there's typically more valuables in the shop as opposed to the residence. She specifically said that she was 99% sure that door behind Ryan was locked, and that she had been doing some painting, and through the course of that, she had made sure that that door was locked as she finished her painting.
Did you try to determine where everyone else in the house was at that time? We've heard testimony at this point that at the time she finds her husband, Ryan Cooper, there were 3 children in the home as well. Did you try to make a determination of where everyone was sleeping that night?
Yes. She stated that she had made a deal with the kids that she would paint their rooms whatever color they wanted over the summer, but kind of the reward would be that all kids would be back in their beds, and that Cade, the oldest boy, was sleeping upstairs. He would sleep on the sofa with his dad and watch TV. The last few evenings he was going to his room, and that the 2 younger children were, by the end of summer, before school started, supposed to be back in their rooms, but on that particular night they were sleeping with Karina in her bedroom.
Ultimately, did you begin to develop suspicions or have concerns that Karina Cooper may be involved in the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And during this interview, did you confront her with that suspicion?
Yes, I did.
And what did she tell you?
I believe she said it was ridiculous. She made comments about Huston Danker, and that made comments about Ryan's, because Ryan sleeps in the other room, or that they maybe don't get along all the time, that why would that be a reason for her to kill him? Something to that effect.
Did she say she was sleeping?
Yes, she was sleeping at the time. She stated that when this happened, she was sleeping and she woke up from the loud noise.
And did you conduct this interview by yourself, or was there another agent present?
Agent Trent Villada was also present during that time.
And similar to the last recording, or the last interview that you did, was that recorded, the interview that you completed on the 19th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, let me just ask you, have you had an opportunity to review the recording of that second interview?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the interview that you completed with Karina Cooper on that date?
Yes, it does.
This time, the state would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit number 301. Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 301 is admitted. Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Ringel.
And again, this isn't the full interview. These are portions of the interview that you completed. And initially, or at least during a portion of this interview, you spoke with her about the dog Ransom, correct?
Correct.
Are you ready, Mr. Ringel?
Yes.
What about the dog? I noticed I stepped in a couple piles of dog poop. And somebody said you guys have maybe a Rottweiler.
We have a Rottweiler.
Okay. Where's the dog? Where's the dog now?
He's with some friends of ours that watch him when we go on vacation.
Where was the dog on Thursday night?
He was in the bedroom with me.
Okay.
And he barks at everything.
Okay.
And he woke up when I woke up to the noise and let out a little oof.
To that, okay, to the loud noise.
Yeah, and,
okay.
but he's usually upstairs with Cade, but since we took the carpet out, he's afraid of the wood on the steps. So I tripped over him leaving my bedroom. That's what we just talked about today, that if somebody was in the house, he would have been raising hell, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
He barks at everything.
Okay.
But he's in the house every night. Either he kind of wanders around the house.
Okay. Do you typically leave your bedroom door open?
Yes.
So he's, for the lack of a better term, he's a free-range dog.
Yes.
We have two cockapoos that if you let them in the carpet, the minute they see carpet, they're going to pee on it. And they've been potty trained for 3 years.
They're cats.
Yeah.
Cats pee on everything.
As soon as they see carpet, it's pee time. So we seclude them in a little thing at night, but they have free range of the
He's
upstairs.
all over the house.
Okay.
You could probably leave him in the house for 2 days and he wouldn't go to the bathroom. He just
Okay.
goes everywhere in the yard.
Okay.
But he's almost, this time of year, if it's a nice cool night, he likes to lay on the patio furniture and he might not come in.
Okay.
But when it's hot like it has been, he's in the house.
So it's not uncommon to let him in the house. Like you
No, almost every night. I prefer he be in the house just because we lost a few dogs to the highway, so we try to keep him inside at night.
What's his name?
Ransom.
Ransom. It's a good dog name. I went with Doug, which I think is
Also a good name.
It's a good dog name. Okay, so Ransom's in the house. He doesn't make much noise other than the kind of the.
Just a real low, like he
When
does
you-
that if Ryan gets up to go to the bathroom, or
Okay.
he full on barks if he hears something outside or in the house.
Okay. Well, that kind of takes me into my next question. You get up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom?
Around there usually is when I do.
Okay. Kind of take me back through that. I know you said that you thought you went to bed about midnight.
I think I finally fell asleep about midnight. Cortland was kind of up and down, not up, but crying in her sleep or something all night. I know I got up to go to the bathroom. The TV was off because it was on before. It's right there in front of the doorway, so I glance, and a lot of times if it's still on, I'll go in and shut it off.
So it's off at 3 a.m.?
It was off.
And did you look at the clock? Do you know that it's 3 a.m.?
No, I just know that that's usually about the time that I wake up and go to the bathroom.
And it's because you take the water pills?
Yes.
And what does that do? What does the water pill do?
It's not a water pill. It's called Be Epic. It's like a weight management pill.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I can blame it on, that I tend to go to the bathroom a lot with it.
And specifically, middle of the night?
Specifically, first few hours in the morning when I take the morning one, and then middle of the night. And then that I kind of chalk up to being 44 years old. I don't know.
Okay.
but it's
Just wait
almost
till you
always
hit
about the
50.
same time.
I have to get up and go to the bathroom every middle of the night too.
And then sometimes I can't fall back asleep.
So when you, I guess, the way I should have asked that question is when you say 3 o'clock, you don't know that it's 3 o'clock. You're just going off of past experience of, hey, my middle of the night, I gotta pee.
Yeah, I'm guessing
You
it was
go
around
out there and the TV's off, and you said you hear Ryan snoring.
3. I hear him snoring.
Okay. So time aside, at that time, whatever time it is, TV's off, he's snoring, you're 100% sure with that. You go to the bathroom, you go back to bed, you fall asleep right away.
I don't feel like I was sound asleep, you know?
So
I usually, sometimes I can't fall back asleep and I'll get on my phone because half the time I'm apologizing to Katie Morrison, my good friend, because she'll always joke with me, are you always up at 3? Because I'll respond to a message or something to her at 3 and then realize it's 3 in the morning. So I didn't get on, I think I fell right back asleep, but I don't feel like I was in a deep, deep sleep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't feel like I had been asleep for hours.
okay. And then what happens?
And then I wake up to a noise, like a crash is the best way I can describe it. And the first thing I thought was the shower caddy that had fallen the day before and scared Cade and I.
Mm-hmm.
And now he says he heard that too.
Cade says that?
Yeah, but he's heard me talking for a day and I don't know what to take.
And he's upstairs, right?
He's upstairs. So I got up and I know that I glanced at the living room, see his foot, went to the bathroom, flipped on the light, that thing wasn't down, flipped off the light, went to the kitchen and looked out over the sink. That's what and then I was pissed because he wasn't up. Usually he gets up too and we're like, what was that noise? And went in the living room and said his name and there was no answer and I swear I heard him snore. From the kitchen is where I swear I heard him snore. And I turned on the table lamp and just glancing at him, adjusting my eyes, it looked like he was laying there sleeping. And then there was blood.
Okay.
A lot of it.
A lot of blood.
And I just started screaming. I thought somebody was there. Cade came running down the stairs, and I don't know if I was going to be going up the stairs. I don't know, but I was at the bottom of the stairs when he came down. And I think I scared him because he turned around and started running back up. And I said, no, come down here and get in the bedroom. And I put him in the bedroom with the other two, and I said, lock the door. And I think I locked myself in there too when I called Aaron. I think I was in the bedroom when I called Aaron. And then I told them to stay in the bedroom no matter what and don't answer for anybody but me or Aaron. And I went out and tried to wake him up.
And did the kids listen to you? Did they stay in there?
Cade came out and came running and he slipped in the blood that was on the floor.
You had stated that you had information from the autopsy that Ryan Cooper had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the face. Had that information, to your knowledge, been shared with Karina Cooper prior to this interview?
No,
And did you ask her again what she believed had happened to Ryan?
I did.
What did you think about, how's this blood? What?
I didn't. I don't know. I was looking all over him trying to find a cut, a shot, a bump. I was just looking, trying to figure out where the blood came from, and I couldn't find anything.
You couldn't find that? Okay. Nothing stood out to you? No noticeable marks?
One eye was open. That was the only thing that I...
Okay.
keep remembering. I couldn't find, it seemed like it was all around his face, though, and his neck.
Okay.
I didn't pull the blanket back, I just kept grabbing his face.
You'd stated before that you asked her about the door behind Ryan. Why were you asking about that door?
After processing the scene, we found what at that time would appear to be blood on the steps and the stairwell behind that door, and we were wondering if someone had come in that door, come out that door, if that door was locked, if it was open when she found Ryan, or if it was closed when she found Ryan, or what was the status of that door when she discovers Ryan.
Do you know, I understand it's a chaotic situation, but do you know, does anybody go in or out that living room door?
I know Cade was next to that living room door because that's where he slipped.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have had no reason to open it. He was there involved, asking me what's wrong, asking Daddy to wake up. So I don't know of any reason why. I don't remember anybody going in or out that door. The deputy was behind me. They didn't come in that door. I think Aaron met him at the kitchen door.
Okay. And you said when Aaron comes in the house, he comes in from the kitchen?
He was behind.
He comes in behind
When
you.
I noticed him, he was behind me. He wouldn't have used the living room door. Everybody that knows us uses the kitchen door.
Okay.
It wouldn't have probably even occurred to him to go in the living room.
So it's safe to say that, as far as you know, nobody came in?
I wouldn't think so, no.
And nobody went out that
Not
door?
before or after, or before I was out of the house.
Now I'm going to ask you a tough question. Do you know for sure that that door is closed when you come in there?
I think so. I mean, it's right by his chair. I think I would notice if it was open.
Yeah, that's my opinion too.
99% certain it was closed.
Okay. That's a pretty...
It's literally less than a foot away from his chair.
Yeah.
I would have noticed.
Yeah.
I know I was losing my mind, but I'm sure I would notice. I've been over it a million times in my head. Because Kate keeps asking me if there was a lamp or anything, and I just painted. There wasn't anything in the room.
Okay.
She had described to you during the first interview hearing a crashing sound. Did you follow up on that crashing sound?
Yes.
For what purpose?
We wanted to see if something had in fact fallen off the wall or fallen off a shelf or something in the house, to see if there was a reason why she heard a crash.
Did you or Agent Valletta also make an attempt to determine, again, a timeline? She stated that she was in bed between when she heard that crash and when she got up.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Between 5 and 10 seconds.
Going over it in my head after, I wonder if something that I had stacked up, to put back up on the walls, but all that stuff is in my bedroom. And it didn't sound like it was in my bedroom. It sounded like it was basement, kitchen, all those sounds sound distant. Sounded distant.
Okay.
But it sounded not like glass breaking, it just sounded like a crash.
Sounded like something falling off a shelf.
Yes.
Or falling
Yes.
from up high down.
Down low, onto something hard, not carpet.
Okay.
But it wasn't even loud enough, like I said, to wake the dog. And usually, if there's a loud enough noise, he's barking, barking, barking.
And he doesn't give out a bark. He just
the low, like the warning.
Lets the air out of his lungs.
Yes.
Yeah, my dog does the same.
And then he followed me. He wasn't even raising hell once he followed me out of the room.
Okay. you know, can you answer this when you're going back and forth and this is all going on? Does Ransom stay in the room with the kids?
I know he was in there at different times.
In the room with Ryan, or in
No, in the room with the kids.
Okay.
I don't remember him ever being in the room with Ryan. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't remember it.
You don't remember shooing him out of there, grabbing him, throwing him outside, or anything like that?
No. No, he didn't go outside, I don't think, until I did, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I know he was in the bedroom when I went back in the bedroom with Cade, because I locked the door and he was in there. Because he was upset, agitated. He wasn't barking, but he was agitated.
Well, he's probably going off of your,
Right.
You know, they can sense that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your dog gets freaked out because when you're freaked out,
Yeah.
you know.
I have to think, though, I don't know if Cortland stayed in the bedroom the whole time, but from what they're telling me, that Cable kind of came in a little bit and she probably followed him. I would have to think that the dog did too, because he follows those kids around everywhere.
Okay. And how is he a big dog?
He's 130 pounds.
That's a big dog.
He's a big dog.
Yeah.
He's a big baby, but usually at night he kind of, you know, with the other two always being in bed with me, we always joke that he's pacing because he'll usually sleep at Ryan's feet for part of the night. He'll come in my bedroom for part of the night. He goes upstairs, or he did while there was still carpet with Cade. He's very protective. So more than likely he was between the two rooms, but if I had to guess, he was with the kids.
Okay. Okay.
We were talking about nightly routines, lights on in the house at night. I can't see crap in the dark, so I have to leave like a kitchen light on. Sometimes I fall asleep on the couch, or sometimes when I snore, I get kicked in the spare bedroom. So I have little lights everywhere. Is that kind of, with little kids, is that how you guys operate?
It's not so much lights, it's me and my decorating that, yes, we have usually quite a few small, like, I call them nightlight light bulbs, but they're in a decorative thing. The kitchen is usually pretty well lit. Got one similar to that in the living room and the dining room, but neither one are plugged in because I just painted and I haven't put everything back. But the house, I would say, is lit decently. My bedroom is very, very dark. The yard light comes through in the living room. That's how I can usually peek in on Ryan.
And that was the other thing we always forget to ask, every case I ever do, the outside lights. So that you have the outside driveway light that's always on.
Yeah, that's
you have
the
a
yard
motion
light.
light too by the door. I can't remember if I saw one.
We have can lights that are new
That's
since we
okay.
got the house sited, and they're never on because we've never had them before. We always
Right,
forget.
always forget.
But we would turn, the few times that I've left those on, like when he was combining or something, until he got home, he shuts those off at
But
night.
like with most farms, the driveway is at least lit.
The yard light is quite bright, and it shines right in that living room because I figured he was going to have a fit because I hadn't put curtains or anything back up yet, so it was going to be light while
Right.
he was sleeping.
Okay, yeah. And I always forget to ask that, and I have to call you at some point. You know, like my wife, when you hear a noise at night, my wife, especially when the kids were little, we have this big fat cat in our house. He's like 10 times as big as he should be, and he always jumps up on stuff, and it sounds like a bowling ball hitting things, right? So every time Henry would jump on something, my wife would be like, oh shit, and she'd roll out and be on her feet into the hallway. Is that kind of like you, where you're...
Yes, when the kids were really little.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting over that a little bit, that I'm sleeping a little harder than I
You're
used to.
40, I'm 49, so I get where you're coming from.
I'm sleeping harder than I used to, but I don't feel like I was sleeping real hard that night anyway, because Portland was having a weird night that she was fussy.
So I guess my question then would be, is when you hear that noise, are you pretty quick to get out of bed?
I don't feel like I was. I feel like I laid there scared for a second before I moved, because usually he'll jump up, and then when I see him get up, within less than 10 seconds, but usually he's up when there's a noise.
Right.
And then I get up because I'm not.
And usually my wife has to wake me up and say, go look, because I don't hear anything, so.
So I probably laid there for what now feels like probably too long, but at the time probably 5-10 seconds, and he didn't get up, so that's why I would have peeked in the living room to see if he was sleeping.
During the course of the interview, did you ask her about the state of any blood that she observed?
Yes, she was asked what the blood looked like. She made mention of it was chunky or clotted.
And why are you asking those questions?
Because depending on temperature, depending on location, blood clots a little bit differently. It's not necessarily going to clot right away. So it's curious as to whether there were clots there when she found it or when she found Ryan.
All right.
And you said when you went out there, you saw a lot of blood. Can you kind of tell, because I had to, did you see any behind him on the floor? Anywhere else? Not at first?
After, when I was kind of pulling at his shirt and looking around more, I saw, and maybe it was when Kate slid, because I remember looking down and freaking out because he slid in blood, and I remember seeing splatters on the floor beside the chair. I don't remember anything.
Did it look like pools, or did it look just like...
It looked like I remember seeing dots.
Right.
But it had to have been more if Kate slipped.
If he slipped, right.
I don't remember seeing any behind him. I remember his favorite blanket that his sister made him that was on him. There was like chunks of blood. Does it make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And was it towards the end of your interview then that you had confronted her with your suspicions?
Yes.
I think that this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Whatever's happening between you and your husband, whatever the issues are, okay?
There are no issues. There are no issues. Because my husband sleeps in a chair in the living room?
I'm not saying that.
Because rumors flew last fall that I was sleeping with some kid that he even said was ridiculous and apologized to me for. Because as a married couple, we had a few months that we weren't communicating very well because we dealt with his mom's death hard. We've been fine. Never once did either one of us ever say that we were going to leave. Never once did we doubt our marriage, our kids, our family. We have plans.
Thank you, Judge. That's the end of that exhibit. Again, at any point during the second interview, did she talk to you about being awake at 3:30 in the morning and sending Snapchat messages with Huston Danker?
No.
Or deleting photos?
No.
Did she ever talk about the fact that she was having an affair with Huston Danker?
No.
And did she ever state that Huston Danker was a threat to Ryan in any way?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And I don't think we have another witness for the state today, right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let you go. And remember, there is no court tomorrow. You're off. We're off. We will resume Monday at 9 o'clock and ask that you be here ready to go then. Again, you've been giving you this admonition several times. It's especially important. I mean, it's always important, but you have more chances to maybe call it to mind over the long break. I don't know if you're getting together with friends and family over the 4th, over the weekend. People are going to want to know what you've been doing, what you're up to, may have questions. It's going to be tempting to talk to people about this. Don't. So again, keep an open mind. Don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't communicate with anybody about this case, and don't let them speak to you about this case or communicate with you about this case or anything related to this case. Don't do any sort of investigation or research on your own, via social media, internet searches or otherwise. And keep an open mind. There's still more to go. So with that, I hope you all have a good 4th and a good long weekend, and we will see you on Monday.
housekeeping things first. We did have one sidebar, I believe.
I think there was an objection, asked to approach about something to do with, I don't know which witness it was, but it was about Aaron Cooper's statements about Huston Danker, right? And anyway, the state simply rephrased the question and addressed it. Anybody want to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then one other thing, I think we have states exhibits that now have become defendants exhibits A and B. You'll just need to remember to upload those so I can admit them at some point via EDMS. I think that, and so that's all I had on the record. Anybody, anything on the record for the state?
The only other thing I had is the admissibility or the state's decision on the admission of Miss Lord's exhibit that the state had offered.
Yep, I'll do that first thing Monday morning. Like I said, I don't have no hurry for me. So anything you want to address on the record?
No.
All right, then we can go off the record.